Hello again, my dear listeners, and welcome back to the Garhdo Goes Geek podcast. I'm your host Garhdo, and in today's episode, I'm going to be taking a deep dive look at one of my favourite franchises again, but in a slightly different way to previous franchise specials. Now, for certain geek things, geek activities, there are always certain shows or movies or properties that are generally considered the flagship for that particular thing. So, for example, if you think of comic books, you generally think of the Marvel and DC superhero comics. If you think of sci-fi television, your mind generally goes towards Star Trek. If you think of sci-fi films, yes, your mind might go to things like Alien or Blade Runner or Terminator, but chances are it's more often than not going to go to Star Wars. For more niche activities, though, there's always one that always seems to dominate the market. So, for example, with card games, it's Magic the Gathering. With tabletop role-playing games, it's Dungeons and Dragons. And for the hobby of tabletop wargaming, it's definitely Warhammer. Warhammer is a wargame. Well, it's a collective name for a group of war games owned by Games Workshop, which is a company native to my dear old England. Wow. England isn't too dear to me, but Warhammer is. Games Workshop are, like I said, they started the Warhammer IP. It is now globally recognised as being almost most people's entry to tabletop wargaming through one or the other of its games, whether that's Warhammer Fantasy Battles, which was the old Warhammer Fantasy, Warhammer Age of Sigmar, which is what the new Warhammer Fantasy game, Warhammer 40,000, which is the one I'm mainly going to be talking about today, or the numerous skirmish games that pick up from that. For example, Blood Bowl, which is a fantasy football game with more violence and played with fantasy races, or Kill Team, or Necromunda, or Warhammer Underworlds, which is increasing in popularity in recent years. But what is Warhammer? I think for anyone who hasn't had any exposure to it, maybe might not realise what it is. They might see people playing with plastic miniatures and moving them around a tabletop and rolling dice and to decide if they hit each other, and using range rulers to decide if they're in range to shoot at each other and things like that, and maybe be a bit confused, and that's understandable. But that generally is Warhammer. Warhammer, and well, tabletop wargaming in general, is played with small units or even a full army of models, which are usually built and painted by the player, fought in wars or skirmish battles against each other. And Warhammer is definitely not the only example, it's just the biggest example, the most ever-present example. In the same way that Dungeons and Dragons doesn't embody the entirety of tabletop role-playing, and Magic the Gathering doesn't embody the entirety of tabletop card gaming. It's just that it's the most popular one, it's the biggest horse in town. You can usually find someone willing to teach you a game or to play with you, and it's most people's first exposure to that particular hobby. The thing is that while I absolutely love Warhammer, and I do, I recognise it has issues, but I do love it. Games Workshop themselves are a company that, over the past few months, I've been steadily building a bit of ire towards, and I'll explain for why. I recently got back into Warhammer. It was something that I was a fan of. I collected a Warhammer army and several models years ago. I think I first got into it back in 1998, so it was roughly around the same time I got into comic books. You know, when I was a teenager and discovering my own identity and finding things I could spend my own money on and that sort of thing. And you know, I'd used model kits before. I'd had model kits of Star Trek ships and other things like that, and I became invested in Warhammer. We had a Warhammer shop in my nearest town, and a road just the road just down the street from me had a little model shop. There was a little like small British street with a few shops on. You know, you had the newsagent, the butcher, and a few other things. But one of the things in there was a model shop. So obviously in the model shop, I'd seen all these amazing model kits, the paints, things like that. So that had always sort of been in the back of my mind that like, oh, this is cool stuff. I can do these things. And then Warhammer was just this, you know, this store that I went into in town and saw all these amazing models that people had painted, and they were out on display, and they were on the battlefields with all the scenery and everything like that, and it just looked really epic. You know, it was definitely eye-catching. So I got involved in Warhammer. I started picking up some magazines, some models. You know, they run a magazine called White Dwarf. I think the first issue of White Dwarf I bought came with a free model for a new skirmish game called Mordheim, which had recently launched. And then through reading that at school, someone said, "Oh, are you interested in Warhammer? I've got some old Warhammer models. I don't want it anymore. Do you want them?" And I was like, "Yeah, please." And that's how I got my first box of Space Marines. And you know, I painted them up very badly with some acrylic paints that I had from my model kits, which were very thick and kind of ill-suited to the job. They were very, very glossy. Umbral paints they weren't particularly great. But yeah, so I got into Warhammer. I will admit I always somewhat struggled with the gaming side of it. There's a lot of rules to remember, and I was never able to game often enough to memorize them all. But it was still enjoyable whenever I did play. But for me, what really drew me to Warhammer was the models themselves, and that every time you see a Warhammer model, you get a sense of what the model is representing. I think they are still some of the finest miniatures in existence for tabletop miniatures. There's a lot of very healthy competition, especially nowadays, but Warhammer are generally some of the finest that you will find, and have been for a long time. Each model, you get a sense of what that model is and what the character is that it's representing. But what really drew me in with Warhammer is the lore of Warhammer. And you know, I later learned as I grew up that the Warhammer started in the Warhammer 40k, which is the one that I gravitated towards, has a very rich, very deep lore that's been going for 30 odd years now. The lore for the current Age of Sigmar line is a bit newer, because they ended the Warhammer Fantasy World in 2015. And have moved on with Age of Sigmar, which is like a reimagining of the Mortal Realms, as they're called. However, Warhammer at the same time also published Total War Warhammer with Sega as the video game Total War, which obviously did really, really well and drew a lot of attention to Warhammer the Old World just as it was ending. So that's going to be coming back. Also, at the time I was getting into them, they started a battle game for Lord of the Rings, which was, again, amazing. Had some brilliant models. That disappeared for a while, and they've recently brought that back. But Warhammer was the one that Warhammer 40,000 was the one that I focused on. I was drawn to it because it was a science fiction setting, and it's quite a dystopic setting. It's based on a lot of late 80s British satire. The same sort of satire that you saw in things like Judge Dredd, and the origins of that character is very heavily present in Warhammer. Some of that satire across the pond into America with comic book writers such as Neil Gaiman and Alan Moore. Sort of, there was something about the late 80s British culture, which I was born into, that clearly inspired a lot of very, very creative satire. And Judge Dredd and Warhammer, I think, are the two best examples of it that have survived to the modern day. So yeah, that's what drew me in. So why am I talking about this today? Well, like I said, Games Workshop has done a lot of things throughout its history as it's grown as a company and become more of a larger company, more of a corporation. It's fallen into a lot of practices that, to be honest, most companies pursue nowadays. But as I've grown, and as my awareness of politics has grown, and as my as I've become more set in my ways of how I expect people to act, a lot of it has just become more distasteful to me. And there's a lot of it very, very recently, which has really kind of soured me on it. Unfortunately, just as I was getting back into the hobby, the Warhammer hobby. That's the thing. Warhammer, the fan community refers to Warhammer as the hobby, as if saying the Warhammer hobby, where it's not. It's painting, modelling, or miniature painting, or wargaming. They're multiple separate hobbies, and Warhammer doesn't own a monopoly on them, but the whole culture around it suggests that it does, which is another thing that irritates me slightly. But then combine that with stories that were coming out about how certain workers who were creating amazing games for them were being quite underpaid. Staff aren't allowed to discuss their rate of pay. At Warhammer, it's kind of discouraged. It's sort of playing on people's passions for them to work there, rather than their love of money. And I find that distasteful. I think people should be adequately rewarded for the job they're doing. And it's one thing that's kind of put me off wanting to work for them, despite me applying to join their talent pool recently. So yeah, going through the interview process for that when all of these things were coming out, and it was earning my ire with the hobby. Well, with Warhammer, I should say. That's not the only thing. There's been a lot of IP issues. Warhammer is quite known for Games Workshop aggressively protects their IP. They have done for years. There's been a lot of cases where, for example, they've created models, created elements of their army lists in their books, but not released a model for it yet. And so other companies have sort of, especially in recent years, as 3D printing has become a lot more easily accessible, some other companies have tried to fill that gap, and Games Workshop's responded by suing them and removing the models from codexes, which are the army update books, so that people can't use the 3D models. And understand to a point. Like, for example, if people are ripping off their actual models, which some people do 3D print their own versions of Games Workshop models, which, Games Workshop models are expensive, so I can understand why people are doing it. But, that's their IP, so I understand them doing that. But going after a lot of fan creators for, fan creators trying to do things that are legally enough distinct, but are trying to fill a gap that Warhammer haven't done. Like, for example, with Chapter House Studios, which is the ones that made a lot of these Tyrannid models that Games Workshop had in their codex, but didn't have models for. They were being marketed as proxies for these particular items, so so Games Workshop sued them. There was a Kickstarter for someone who was annoyed that the Eldar models haven't had their range updated for going on about 20 years now, some of their models. So some of their models are 20 years old, and it shows because the sculpting and the printing and the technology has just got so much better over the years at Games Workshop that you can really see the design creep. So a guy started making some of his own, and he was doing a Kickstarter to get it funded and get them out to the people who wanted them, and it got sued and shut down by Games Workshop. And so that's kind of a grey area, and it's kind of, I don't see how it's supporting the community. It's just fighting against their bottom line, because they're not making the models either. They'll sue people for making the models, but then they won't make the models themselves. And like I said, in the case of some of these Tyrannid models, they just removed them from the codex, so they're not even around anymore. And then you add to that the most recent issues, which come with protecting their IP. There was a new IP guidelines that were published by the company just after they'd hired a whole load of fan creators online. And a lot of these fan creators had been hired to support Games Workshop's new streaming service, Warhammer Plus. Now, Warhammer Plus on paper is a good idea. However, on an execution, it's proving pretty unpopular. And these fan creators were hired, and they were also told if they didn't join Warhammer, they essentially had to demonetize all their Warhammer content. Now, some fan creators have only got Warhammer content, and that content is uploaded to YouTube, where it generates ad revenue, or people are paying them on Patreon to get them to keep making animations, and they would lose all their income, they would lose all their livelihoods. And yes, in some respects they are making money off of the IP, but a licensing deal would be a better suggestion than just telling them flat out no. And several prominent fan creators have thus quit making Warhammer content, and it's a shame, because I've mentioned in previous episodes bits about Games Workshop and Warhammer, and like, for example, there was a web series called Astartes, which you can't find on YouTube on the original Astartes channel anymore, because the guy has been hired by Games Workshop, which is great, because he was one person. He made this fantastic animated short. I think all 5 episodes combined to about half an hour. And he made this fantastic short that's almost wordless. It's almost completely free of dialogue, and tells an amazing story, set perfectly within the universe, capturing the kind of gothic tone and feel of Warhammer 40,000. And he's been hired by Games Workshop to make animations for them, which I'm so glad of. But he also had to remove that content from his own YouTube channel, where it was generating ad revenue with continual views. And now it's available for free on the Warhammer Community tab. and they've made edits to it since, which I also don't like adding in music and things like that. So they're being very heavy-handed recently with their IP. And then there's other issues. There was an issue recently with an NDA that was linked, that they want a lot of new YouTubers to sign, and it contains a clause which essentially seems to exempt them from criticism while this person's working for them for 3 years, which I also don't like, because I mean, a lot of it is just standard. They're being a corporation, they're being a big business that has a lot of money and influence and is able to wield that influence and power. You know, they've tried several times unsuccessfully throughout the years to trademark the use of the term Space Marine, because one of their most famous armies is called Space Marines. They've been unsuccessful, so then they tried to release the next Space Marine Codex range as Adeptus Astartes, which is a trademark term, and is the term used for the Space Marines within the Warhammer 40,000 universe. However, that was kind of unsuccessful because everyone still called them Space Marines anyway. So then they've released recently an updated version of the Space Marine called the Primaris Marine, and that is able to be trademarked. And I like the models for the Primaris. I have a Primaris Force that's painted on my Instagram, which you can look at Garhdo. So I clearly like these models, but I feel that the community is divided. I feel that Warhammer Games Workshop at the minute doesn't really care so much about the community, and I don't see it getting better anytime soon. And it kind of sours me a bit on the whole thing. You know, when I've spoken openly on this channel about my on this podcast about my mental health recently, and it not being particularly great. So to then come off of work, you know, to be currently signed off work and in therapy for mental health issues, and then to have, you know, a fan community that I liked being a part of kind of implode and fracture as a result of Games Workshop's current behaviors. Yeah, it's upsetting. And so that brings me to the topic of this episode. One of the Warhammer races is orcs. So there's always been a thing in the fan community for it to be called Orktober. And so, for my 2 episodes this month, what I want to do is talk about Warhammer, do a kind of a franchise special deep dive type thing for Warhammer 40,000. Because, as I said, this is a game that has been in production for years at this point. It's 35 years nearly that Warhammer 40,000 has been around. And the lore is tremendously huge, tremendously expansive. It covers about 10,000 years of established history in universe, plus millions of years before that are loosely covered or have details about them, but in broad swaths of time. And so that's something I want to talk about. Now some of you may be wondering, why do I want to do this? Why do I want to explore the lore of Warhammer in a way that I haven't done for things like Mass Effect or Star Trek when I did their relevant franchise specials. And also, you know, I will say there are lore YouTubers and podcasters out there. There are some great ones. Adeptus Ridiculous, for example, is one of my favorite recent podcasts that explores some of the sillier sides of Warhammer lore. There's a Warhammer YouTuber named Lutin09 who his knowledge of the lore is just absolutely fantastic, and he knows so many minor things that he's able to bring in. But for me, the reason why I want to do this is when I started with Warhammer 40,000, Warhammer 40,000 was a very clear, this is our game, this is the world the game is set in, but these are your soldiers, your army. You know, the leader of your army on the battlefield is meant to represent you in the game. You know, your decisions. You were allowed, you know, each army comes with multiple colour schemes and variants that are suggested in universe. But there's always been room to explore and create your own. My own army that I've worked on, I've called the Knights Chromatica. And the Knights Chromatica are a unit of an army of Space Marines, created after the recent Primaris founding. They have, they use the colour of their armour to signify their battlefield role, and they have a symbol that represents the rainbow colour scheme, used by the army, as in the form of a Maltese Templar cross with a starburst in the middle. I picked that army. I picked their paint scheme. I picked their unit sigil. Excuse the ice cream van down the road. You know, so I picked all that. I created that myself. Yes, I used their models. You know, I used their IP. But in a sense, the Knights Chromatica is my IP. I created it. I came up with their backstory, their characters, their origins, using Games Workshop's existing lore and framework, but they are mine. And part of me wants to try and reclaim for me an aspect of Warhammer here. So yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to try and reclaim an aspect of Warhammer by discussing the lore of Warhammer. And you know, I'm going to cover some of the main events of the lore, which I think is very, very interesting. So I'm hoping that most of my listeners out there will also find it equally interesting. And you know, if it inspires you to maybe give Warhammer a look, I highly recommend it. There's even beyond the game, there are video games set within the Warhammer universe. There are books set within the Warhammer universe, and I will cover some of them as I'm going forward. And I do think it's a good property that is worth looking at and worth celebrating. And I don't think the company's recent behaviours should be allowed to negatively affect the community and how we enjoy Warhammer. So yeah, I'm going to explore Warhammer. Please join me. It is the 41st millennium. For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods, and master of 1,000,000 worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass writhing invisibly with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, for whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day, so that he may never truly die. Yet even in his deathless state, the Emperor continues his eternal vigilance. Mighty battlefields cross the demon-infested miasma of the warp, the only route between distant stars, their way lit by the Astronomicon, the psychic manifestation of the Emperor's will. Vast armies give battle in his name on uncounted worlds. Greatest among his soldiers are the Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines, bioengineered super warriors. Their comrades in arms are Legion, the Astra Militarum, and countless planetary defense forces. The ever-vigilant Inquisition and the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, to name only a few. But for all their multitudes, they are barely enough to hold off the ever-present threat from aliens, heretics, mutants, and worse. To be a man in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science, for so much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grim dark future there is only war. There is no peace amongst the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter, and the laughter of thirsting gods. What I just read was the opening of Warhammer 40,000, at least in the majority of the Warhammer 40,000 set novels. Most of the rulebooks and novels open with some variation on that text. I think it does a tremendous job of bringing you into the setting, allowing you to envision it. Warhammer 40,000 is essentially a science fiction setting, a science fiction dystopia, where the Imperium of Man is spread across the galaxy, and yet it is dying. It is beset on all sides by threats, and it is merely awaiting its inevitable collapse. The society itself the Imperium itself is strictly authoritarian, almost fascist. But in some ways, it's better than the alternatives that are presented. Everyone sort of recognizes that the Imperium is flawed and cruel, but they consider it a necessary evil because everything else is so much worse. That's the universe of Warhammer 40,000. As I said, it's set in the year 40,000. That's based on our existing Earth calendar. It calls it the 41st Millennium, or M41, as the year is listed. Now, when I say that uses our current calendar, what I mean is our actual history is incorporated into that. You know, the center of the Imperium is Earth. This isn't a fantasy world. This is our science fiction. So we are considered to be currently in the year 21 of the third millennium, according to the imperial dating measurements. So yeah, we are in M3 on our way to M41. Despite being called Warhammer 40,000, it's actually more accurate to say that it's probably more accurate to say that the in-game year is probably somewhere around 41,200 and something. As of the current writing, it used to be 40,999 for a very, very long time. But recent games have advanced the storyline somewhat, which was itself was hugely contentious thing among the fan base at the time that they did it. As I said, being a war game, there are no specific heroes or villains. There's multiple races and factions, and the idea is that you can build any characters or armies within those to represent whatever you want to play as. And there are role-playing games set within this world, novels, the actual tabletop war game, etc. So, I'm going to talk some more about the lore. I'll start with the prehistory. Believe it or not, the history of some of the factions goes back millions and millions of years. The oldest faction that are still in existence in the game are the Necrons. The Necrons in the modern game, the modern setting of Warhammer, are robotic skeletons, essentially, like skeleton warriors. Most of which are robotic and sort of have no personality, but their leaders are quite powerful, quite influential, quite very definite characters, some of which are quite humorous. They all have their own goals, and yeah, but they used to be a race known as the Necrontyr. Now, millions and millions of years ago, the Necrontyr were quite a sickly race. The star they were orbiting was dying. They were found, I think they did explore space briefly, but they didn't. I don't think they ever ended up outside of their own star system. They eventually encountered a being known as a Catan. A Catan is essentially a cosmic being that ate star energy. I don't know. I can't remember exactly if that was why their star was dying. But yeah, they also encountered a race known as the Old Ones. The Old Ones were kind of like a cosmic creator race. Now, the Necrontyr realized that the Old Ones had the technology and ability to help them, but the Old Ones refused to. So the Necrontyr turned to the Catan to see if the Catan could help them. The Catan allied with the Necrontyr, and forced them to go through something called the biotransference. Now, what the biotransference did was give the Necrons bodies of living metal, essentially. That's how they became the Necron. But in doing so, the Catan betrayed them and absorbed a lot of their souls and their energies, essentially dooming most of the Necrontyr race. Only sort of high-ranking Necrons were able to sort of survive the biotransference without having their souls stolen by the Catan. So the majority of the Necrons now were mindless servitor, skeleton warrior things. Imagine an army of Terminators, essentially. And they numbered in the millions. They were able to keep replenishing their numbers quite easily. There are millions and millions of, billions, in fact, of Necrons. But with their new abilities, first of all, they turned on the Catan for betraying them. They were able to fracture and divide the Catan into shards, and they were able to then use the shards' power to increase their strength. And they turned on the Old Ones, because now they had the power to actually oppose them. Necrons kept increasing their number. They fought the Old Ones. The Old Ones started losing the war. The war is now called the War in Heaven. And the old ones created other races to sort of help them, servitor races. They created a race of powerful psychics known as the Eldar. They're basically space elves. And a race of quite brutish monsters known as the Krork, along with multiple others. The thing is, this had a greater impact beyond the mortal realms. You see, underneath reality is almost another plane of existence known as the warp. Now, the warp is the psychic... It's created by the residual psychic imprints of races. It's implied that the warp is where we go to when we dream. And every race, from the old ones to the Necrontyr, had a psychic echo in the warp. But the warp, as almost like an immaterial realm, has beings of its own that live there. In the same way that there are animals in our world, there are creatures within the warp that live there. Obviously, as you can imagine, a galaxy-spanning war left an indelible mark on the warp with all of the death and destruction that was being caused. So what happened was the warp was transformed from sort of a serene realm into a realm of pure chaos. The beings that lived there were transformed into demons, and eventually some great started manifesting, until eventually you ended up with the first chaos gods. The warp is by far one of my favourite aspects of Warhammer, and it's, to me, the thing that perfectly exemplifies the dystopia that becomes from Warhammer, because essentially the war between the Necrons and the Old Ones saw the complete extermination of the Old Ones, but created such a chaos in the warp that it created the first chaos gods. There's 4 main chaos gods in the fiction. The fourth one we'll elaborate more on later. The first 3 that sort of appeared during this time were Khorne. Khorne is known as the blood god, and he is essentially a god of war, slaughter, destruction, all the sort of base emotions that were created as a result of the war in heaven. There's Nurgle. Nurgle is a god of disease and pestilence, and obviously again the suffering from the war helped create him. And then finally there is the god Tzeentch. Tzeentch is the god of manipulation, the Prince of Lies, as he is called. And Tzeentch was sort of born from the psychic machinations of all the different races trying to oppose the Necrons. Now, the Necrons, like I said, they won the war in heaven. They essentially exterminated the old ones, and the last ones left weren't going to last long. But the Eldar and the Krork and other races that had been created, and more especially the warp rifts as the immaterium sort of surging with psychic energy, created storms in the mortal realm, in the actual material world. The warp rifts that were being created and the creatures, the demons that were sort of pouring forth, as well as other creatures of the warp, like for example a race known as the Enslavers, who are able to psychically take over the mortal races. they were able to hurt the Necrons in a way that the young races like the Eldar and the Krork weren't. So, as the material realm became more and more unstable, and more warp rifts began to appear, the Necrons activated pillars to sort of separate the immaterium from the materium and put the warp back into its separate dimension, stop the two spilling over. And as they did that, they also put their armies, the millions, billions, and trillions of them that there were, to sleep. They put themselves into essentially an extended hibernation, believing that in their immortal form they would be able to wait out the death and destruction of the Eldar and the other young races. It's very much implied, in fact I think it's all but stated, that the war in heaven is what killed the dinosaurs in Earth history. So that gives you an idea of just how many millions of years ago this event takes place. There are other demons that began to be created later on. I think the gods were sort of created during the war, but the enslavers were the main villains of the warp. But demons did gradually start to be created as a result of things that happened in the material realm. For example, there is a demon in the lore called Drachnien. Drachnien is a demon who was created from the first human murder. So essentially the story of Cain and Abel in the Bible created a demon called Drachnien. So yeah, that's a little fact that's in the lore. Now, with the Necrons sort of sealed away and hidden, their main leader, the Silent King, who had been sort of left aghast at being manipulated by the Catan and the biotransference and things like that, he disappeared, and we'll come back later on. I think it's implied that he does actually leave the galaxy. The Eldar gradually sort of spread into sort of a star-spanning empire. The Krork transitioned into the Orc race. Now, orcs in Warhammer are very, very different to orcs in a lot of other fiction, despite clearly being based on them originally. Orcs in Warhammer are essentially a parody of football hooligans, specifically British football hooligans. They all kind of talk with a working class accent like this. They're always up for a good fight. They have an innate ability to sort of craft technology. They have a very distinctive look, being kind of green, broad-shouldered, with a prominent lower jaw and an underbite as large teeth kind of protrude up towards their face. And they also reproduce by fungal spores, in that they're all male, and essentially when you kill them, their fungal spores spread throughout the planet. So that the idea is that once the orcs have landed on a planet, that planet will always have orcs, because they leave fungal spores which grow into full-grown orc soldiers. So once a planet has orcs, they will never leave. And yeah, they worship two gods of their own. And it's implied that any gods that are worshipped exist in the warp. So the Eldar, for example, have a pantheon of gods that they worshipped, which quite possibly could have been early old ones for all that we know. For example, there's remnants of technology in the modern day of Warhammer that The Eldar attribute to one of their gods, Vol. But as far as we're aware, they're Old One technology. So it's quite possible that the Eldar pantheon is like ascended Old Ones. And that's probably true of the Orc pantheon as well. The Orcs have two major gods, Gork and Mork. And they describe as one is cunning but brutal, and the other is brutal but cunning. So yeah, that's Gork and Mork. The Eldar's main gods are Isha, who is the goddess of healing. She has been kidnapped by Nurgle and is held in his garden, where he basically tests the new poisons that he wants to unleash onto the mortal realms on her. But as a result, she's able to create the cures, which she manages to sneak into the material realm. Their war god, Cain, which they are able to manifest avatars of. And like I said, there's the forge god, Vol, who is supposedly created several talismans of Vol, which are known as the Blackstone Fortresses. I'm trying to remember the others. Those are the main ones I do remember. There are more. There's a lot more. And the other main one is Segarak. Segarak is the laughing god. So they're trickster, their own version of like Loki, for example. Meanwhile, on Earth, humans evolve as normal. We gradually spread to the stars in the far future, forming our own empire. We kind of interact with the other races, such as the Orcs, the Eldar, and other numerous races within the fiction that exist. In some cases peacefully, in some cases not so peacefully. But we also then suffer what's called the Dark Age of technology. We essentially create AI that goes rogue and attacks humanity. So AI from then on is called abominable intelligence. Essentially, a lot of technological knowledge is lost as a result of the Dark Age of technology. We're sort of aware of machines, but not... We don't necessarily understand how they work anymore. So what springs up is what's called the Cult Mechanicus on Mars. The Cult Mechanicus essentially worships technology and tries to preserve it, but is always somewhat fearful of it at the same time. And that's purely as a result of the wars in the Dark Age of technology. This is why the speech says there is no comfort in technology. Technology is dangerous to humans. A lot of machines are considered to have what's called a machine spirit, which is essentially the way the machine works, and that the machine spirit must be appeased for the technology to work correctly. However, eventually the star-spanning empire of humanity finally descends into what is called the Age of Strife. Now, during the Age of Strife, what happens is warp storms gradually begin to envelop the galaxy again. And it's all because of the Eldar. The Eldar Empire has essentially descended into hedonistic fantasy, but to dramatic extremes. For example, it's not just sex and ultra-violence. It is, every pleasure, every pain has to be pursued to its most extreme. Now, many among the Eldar are able to sense that this is having a detrimental effect, and they are linked. Obviously, the Eldar are a phenomenally psychically powerful race, which means they have a much bigger impact on the warp than humans do, for example. The Eldar, some of the seers among them realize that something terrible is going to happen as a result of their increasing decadence. And so several large starships are built, known as craft worlds, which leave the Eldar homeworlds. Several others leave as exodites and form sort of more tribal colonies to hide on other planets at the fringes of the Empire. The followers of Segarak disappear into what is called the Eldar Webway. The Webway is essentially stable tunnels that the Eldar have created during in the warp, because, as I said, warp travel is dangerous. The way humans are able to expand is they use a race called the Navigators, who are able to sort of see through the warp. They are a sort of mutant offshoot of humanity. And they also use a field known as the Geller Field, which keeps the creatures of the warp at bay from a ship in transit. But the warp is generally considered to be like an unstable sea. So imagine all the dangers of like medieval sea travel, for example. If you go back to sort of like the age of pirates, how stormy the sea could be. The warp is essentially like that all the time. So ships that go into the warp can suffer time dilations. They may arrive at their destination, before they even left, or they may arrive years afterwards. It's possible to answer a distress call, change direction, reach that your destination after months of travel within the warp. But when you arrive, you're actually 200 years after after you first left, for example. So the warp is a terrible nightmare of space and time and how it interacts. So the webway is that the Eldar created is the only stable way of traversing it, in that you get the access to the fast speed of the warp, but it's kind of a psychically insulated and protected area, sort of constructed of an equivalent to a Geller field that is able to keep out the demons. So the craft worlds, the exodites, and the followers of Segarak disappear into the webway, as well as. But then what actually happens is a giant warp storm erupts on the Eldar homeworlds, and it leaves a permanent warp scar on the galaxy, known as the Eye of Terror, like a permanent warp storm that's several light years across, several thousand light years across, I believe. And all the other warp storms disappear around the galaxy, because what has actually happened is the birth of a new chaos god known as Slaanesh, the god of decadence. And Slaanesh is psychically linked to the Eldar and drains their souls. So during the fall, as Slaanesh is born, the majority of the Eldar race is extinguished immediately. The survivors from the original decadent Eldar flee into the webway and create a city inside the webway, which becomes known as Comera. and they become known as the Dark Eldar or Drukhari. The Harlequins tell each other the story of the fall through oral tradition and keep that alive. The Exodites hide on their maiden worlds, sort of unseen and unknown by the rest of the galaxy. And the craft worlds begin exploring real space. The age of the Eldar Empire is gone. But as a result of the birth of Slaanesh, the warp storms are also gone, bringing an end to the age of strife and the fracturing of the human empire. This is the year 30,000, roughly, when this all happens. And so what happens next is the Great Crusade. The Great Crusade begins when a phenomenally psychically powerful being who calls himself the Emperor of Mankind rises among the tattered war bands on this post-apocalyptic Earth. Earth is implied to have undergone nuclear war during the Age of Strife. It's very much implied that water is an incredibly scarce resource, the oceans have dried up. In fact, at one point, Games Workshop did make a game in the 80s called Dark Future, which had a kind of, it was based on sort of Mad Max and Death Race and things like that, and had cars driving about in post-apocalyptic deserts. There's a very strong fan theory that Dark Future is set earlier in the Warhammer timeline, sometime between what was the modern day at the time and it was set sometime in our near future. So yeah, these techno-barbarians, as they were called on Earth, all find themselves under assault by the Emperor's forces. The Emperor's forces are Thunder Warriors, as they're called, and they are genetically enhanced soldiers. It's implied that I believe it's outright stated that the Emperor has a base basically underneath Mount Everest, where he works on a lot of genetic advancements and things like that. Gradually, his army conquers most of the planet. Other clans either join him or are completely destroyed by the might of his Thunder Warriors. He also has a custodian guard who are even more powerful than the Thunder Warriors. He's assisted by his right-hand man, who's called Malkador the Sigillite, who again is also phenomenally psychically powerful, but not to the scale of the Emperor. A lot of the Great Crusade, what we know about it is sort of inferred from more recent novels. There's a novel series which has been going for a while now, actually, called the Horus Heresy. It's up to, I think it's on its final stretch now, but it numbers about 50 odd books, and there's also a tie-in series focused on some other characters around it. And it's set during a later period called the Horus Heresy, which we'll get to. But that's our closest sort of exploration of the Great Crusade itself, especially on Earth. In fact, the earliest published story is one called The Last Church, which features, the preacher, the guardian of this last church that exists on Earth, with the Emperor's armies outside his door, and then a lone wanderer comes in to speak with him. And it's only a short story. It's written by Graham McNeil, but it was turned into an animation, a fan-made animation, done through Kickstarter. This was just before a lot of Games Workshop's new IP guidelines, but I think the original version has been taken down off YouTube, but other people have re-uploaded it. It's very, very good. It's about an hour long, couple of hours long. I do recommend it. But yeah, basically the churches can't exist under the emperor, which is part of the story of the last church, because the emperor is spreading something called the imperial truth. And the imperial truth basically says that there are no gods, that all the religions that these techno-barbarian cults follow and worship are all false. And it becomes apparent that this is part of a plan by the emperor to weaken the ability of the chaos gods, because all human worship, all worship from living beings, creates warp entities, creates echoes in the warp. And so having human gods basically wills them to exist. Having things that we believe in wills them to exist. And so it's a perpetual cycle that can never sort of end. And the Emperor is desperately trying to... It's implied that he knows about chaos and he knows quite a lot about them and is trying to keep humanity safe from them. Gradually, the Emperor takes over Earth. The Thunder Warriors, which are essentially more barbaric than the warriors he would create later, are executed by the Custodian Guard, almost to a man. And the Emperor, before spreading out to space, sets about on the creation of the Space Marines. To create the Space Marines, he first creates 20 beings known as the Primarchs. They're all based on some variant of his genetic code, with other changes and things going on, so they all have their own abilities and their own special powers. But while the 20 infants are sort of incubating, they are stolen by the Chaos Gods and scattered throughout the galaxy on existing human planets, sort of separating them from the Emperor. The Emperor takes the genetic codes that he had for the Primarchs and begins to create Space Marines in their lineage, and gradually forms these 20 legions of Space Marines. And with them, he takes to the stars to undergo the Great Crusade and find the lost Primarchs, as well as to bring back together the lost Empire of Man. The very first stop on this journey is to Mars. Mars features the Cult Mechanicus, and the Cult Mechanicus are basically... they worship machines, and they have the ability to provide the Emperor's war effort with the munitions, the technology, the ships, the abilities, everything it needs to undergo the crusade. In fact, it's implied that the Mechanicus get their power from an old Catan buried on Mars, known as the Void Dragon, or at least elements of the Void Dragon. And, you know, the Catan being linked to the Necrons would give that sort of power over technology. And it's I think it's at one point in the old lore, I think it was even stated that the Emperor basically existed on Earth, battled the Void Dragon on Earth in ancient history, and imprisoned him on Mars, and that became the story of St. George and the Dragon from British mythology. So, whether we believe that or not, but it's a nice little touch to the British roots of Warhammer, which I quite like. The Mechanicus do worship their own god. They believe, who they name the Omnissiah, sort of a play on Messiah and Omniscience, which I do quite like as a word. They believe, or at least are convinced to believe, that the Emperor represents an avatar of the Omnissiah. So essentially they worship the Emperor, or believe that the Emperor is acting as the Omnissiah's will, which allows them to ally. And so, yeah, the legions, the Emperor, and the Mechanicus all take to the stars. They gradually start finding planets, converting them to the Imperial Truth, sometimes peacefully, sometimes by way of war. And yeah, they continue searching the stars. Now, the 20 Primarchs, we only know the details for 18 of them. And their legions are named. The others aren't. I'll come to them in a minute. The very first Primarch that is found is Horus Lupercal. And he was raised on one planet. All of the Primarchs on the planets they end up on, they all have their own stories. Generally, they all become sort of warlords or influential figures or heads of state, sometimes peacefully, sometimes not. And generally, when the Emperor meets them, there's some type of competition. Sometimes, sometimes a friendly competition. Sometimes it's a bit more. There's a bit more anger to it. But some of the Primarchs do just immediately recognise the power of the Emperor and sort of bow and serve him. Horus Lupercal is the first one found. His chapter, or his legion of Space Marines, is originally called the Lunar Wolves. But at a later point in the Crusade, they do change their names to the Sons of Horus. Then there's also Lionel Johnson of the Dark Angels. Lionel Johnson was raised on a world called Caliban. And Caliban is sort of a monist, like a feudal society. There's a lot of knightly orders almost to the way they work. Horus was the first Primarch recovered though, but Lionel Johnson is the one that has the first legion. I think Horus's legion is actually, I want to say 11. I'm not sure that's actually right. But yeah, Horus was the first one found, and his relationship with the Emperor was very, very close until they found the other Primarchs. In fact, some of the other Primarchs aren't found at first by the Emperor. They're found by Horus. Horus and the Emperor generally tended to work together for the rest of the Crusade. So they were in close leagues. The others that were found, Sanguinus, who has a very prominent genetic mutation in that he has angel wings, like giant white feathery wings coming off of his body. Very much the Primarchs are already mutants. They are very, very tall. Like the Emperor presents as someone who's about 12 feet tall, if not more, compared to average humanity, and that's without his armor. And then the Custodian Guard are sort of shorter but still tall, especially in their armor. I think they're about 9-10 feet. The Primarchs are sort of in between the Custodian Guard and the Emperor. They are giants. I think Space Marines are implied to be about 7 feet tall without their armor, so about 8 feet tall in their armor. So yeah, and bearing in mind their armor is tough. Space Marine armor is, the amount of work that goes into it is equivalent to what would go into a tank. And the genetic engineering that Space Marine undergoes makes them a powerful superhuman warrior. And they have like a neural link to their armor so that they can move and react as fast as they would normally. The armor doesn't slow them down. But yeah, so Sanguinus has this very obvious mutation. He also has very strong psychic abilities. Now, usually the mutations are not looked on favourably by the Emperor and the Imperial Truth. They're seen as a sign of warp corruption. But Sanguinus's wings are tolerated, I think in part because of how beautiful they are, and Sanguinus's complete loyalty to the Emperor and to Horus. Sanguinus is very, he forms a very strong bond with Horus straight away. Angron of the World Eaters is one of the Primarchs who had a very negative reaction to the Emperor when he first met him. Angron wasn't a leader on his planet. He was a slave. He was fighting in like gladiator pits, and he had a device known as the Butcher's Nails surgically implanted into his head, which could drive him into bouts of rage and cause him, constant pain. And after he escaped the gladiator pit with a load of his fellow slaves and was surrounded by the leaders of the planet, he was preparing to make this glorious last stand to the end, and it failed because the Emperor teleported him away up to his flagship, which Angron was furious at. All of his compatriots have been left to die, which is, it's a shame. So Angron is one who's very openly hostile towards the Emperor straight away. I should say that the names of the legions, they had previous names. We don't find out many of the previous names. The names that they get given tend to be names that they're given by the Primarch once the Primarch reclaims them. And generally, the early founders of the Legion are the ones that were created on Earth by the Emperor. But then once the Primarch meets up with them, they then start to recruit from the homeworld of the Primarch, or home worlds of the Primarchs, for some of them that have a small section of space, which we'll get to in a minute. Now, the rest of the Primarchs, I'll sort of try and go through them as quick as I can, because like I said, there is a lot of them. Lorgar of the Word Bearers. Lorgar was raised on a planet very religious, had a lot of cults, and it's very much implied that some of them are chaos worshipping cults. When he saw the Emperor, Lorgar saw him as a god, which we'll come back to, despite the fact the Emperor insisted that he wasn't. Magnus the Red, again, another one with a sort of more obvious mutation when he has bright red skin. He commanded a legion known as the Thousand Sons, originally called the Thousand Sons because there were only 1,000 of them. There was a problem with their gene seed, which was causing what was called a flesh change, and only 1,000 of them have been able to survive it. Magnus himself is Cyclopean. He only has one eye. He's also incredibly psychically powerful, like almost as powerful as the Emperor, but he's kind of grown up without the guidance that he needed for it, and the Emperor did just tell him stop using your powers. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Prospero, his homeworld as well, also has a high number of psychics as well. Fulgrim of the Emperor's Children, he was allowed special dispensation for his legion, again one of the smaller legions, to bear the Emperor's own personal Aquila symbol. The Aquila is the double-headed eagle, which serves as the logo of Warhammer 40,000. one head representing Earth, one head representing Mars. In universe, it is the symbol of the Imperium. And yeah, Fulgrim was the first Primarch to be allowed to, his legion was the only one allowed to wear the Aquila at the time. Rabute Guilliman of the Ultramarines. The Ultramarines are so named because Rabute Guilliman didn't just become a leader on his own homeworld, Macragge. By the time he was found by the Emperor, he'd spread to other planets and regions in the area and formed a segment of the, small coalition of systems known as Ultramar. So that's why the Ultramarines get that name. And yeah, he's known for being a very famous, pragmatic diplomat. Leman Russ of the Space Wolves. He was raised on a planet called Fenris. Fenris is very feudal, almost barbarian. Leman Russ and the Space Wolves are generally considered space Vikings, for better or worse. Vulcan and the Salamanders. The Salamanders are one of my favourite legions. Vulcan himself is a blacksmith. They craft a lot of their armour by hand. Vulcan and the Emperor actually had a challenge where Vulcan didn't recognise the Emperor for who he was. And so it was just this person who arrived in his village one day and challenged him as the leader of his world. It's quite an interesting story, but I won't bore you too much with it here. We've got a lot more to discuss. Ferrus Manus of the Iron Hands. Ferrus Manus has silver, like liquid silver arms, almost like they were coated in like a living metal while he was younger. I forgot to mention Vulcan's genetic changes. Vulcan is taller than a lot of the other Primarchs, except for maybe Magnus, who is described as almost gigantic. And Vulcan is also, his skin is like jet black, like charcoal black, and he has glowing red eyes. The planet he was raised on, Nocturne, is like a lava planet as well, so it kind of fit. And it's described that change sort of echoed down the Salamanders as well. But Ferrus Manus was known as a crafter and a blacksmith. He formed a very strong friendship with Fulgrim. The two of them made weapons for each other. Conrad Kurz and the Night Lords. Conrad Kurz is haunted by visions of the future. In fact, he became almost like this, like a terrifying vigilante on his own homeworld, known as the Night Haunter. So he's a very, very dark and sort of twisted, kind of very haunted figure. Mortarion, who leads the Death Guard. Mortarion was raised on a very toxic planet. And so uses poisons and breathes like toxic gas, even when he rejoins his legions, and sort of encourages the Death Guard to do the same. Jagati Khan and the White Scars, again, sort of a more feudal world of like, almost like Mongol warriors, like the old Genghis Khan Mongols. They're horsebacks, but bikes and vehicles, and lots of fast attacking. Korax and the Raven Guard. Korax has dark hair, very pale skin, and specializes in like quick strike attacks, sort of similar to the Night Lords, but yeah, very, very swift attacks. Rogel Dawn of the Imperial Fist. Rogel Dawn is very stoic, and I can't remember what homeworld the Imperial Fists actually have, because they do sort of become, like in later 40k fiction, they do sort of become emblematic of Earth. like Terra in the setting becomes their home world. So I can't remember off the top of my head how that relates to Rogel Dawn being found, but yeah, Rogel Dawn is very stoic, very set in his ways. He's also in newer canon, as the newer novel series have sort of ascribed him as being addicted to something called a pain glove, which is like this, like this pain stimulating piece of equipment that he puts himself in, almost as like in a sort of self-flagellation. And then there's Perturabo of the Iron Warriors. The Imperial Fists and the Iron Warriors do have a rivalry of sorts. They're both like very siege based in terms of their ways of making war. Perturabo and the Iron Warriors are sort of known as, fortress builders, whereas the Imperial Fists are kind of the siege breakers. And then the final one is Alfarius of the Alpha Legion. Alfarius is, I think, the only one whose homeworld is not known, and it might have been revealed in more modern canon. Like I said, I'm not completely caught up on this novel series. And the reason is Alfarius's forces found Horus. Alfarius was the last Primarch to be discovered, and he arrived with a group of warriors who almost looked identical to him. And Alfarius is a lot smaller than the other Primarchs. It's even implied, and I think it's implied at first, and I think outright stated in modern canon, that he's a twin, and they're actually Alfarius Omegon, as two twins, rather than being, the combined name of Alfarius Omegon. They are Alfarius and Omegon. And yeah, basically they attacked Horus and his ship in space, and that was how Horus found them. The final two Primarchs and the Legions are never revealed. The two Primarchs are only ever named the Lost and the Forgotten. It's implied that they did something that something happened to them that was so drastic that the Emperor ordered them to be removed, eradicated, executed. We're not entirely sure, and that the Primarchs, their brothers, have forgotten their existence, or been made to forget their existence, been made not to speak about it. It's implied that Leman Russ might possibly have killed one of them on the Emperor's orders. It is implied that the Ultramarines may have been swelled by the ranks of one of these former legions at some point after the removal of the two Primarchs. But we don't know. It's never explained. Now, as I said, the Primarchs treat each other as brothers, but they don't always get along. For example, while there is some closeness, some very close bonds among them, there are also some very strong rivalries. For example, Leman Russ in particular is very distrustful of both Lionel Johnson and Magnus the Red. Lionel Johnson, I think it's because of there was some interaction between them that didn't end up that led to a fight. Nothing too brutal, not like a fight to the death or anything, but it was a very long, drawn-out fight between the two legions. And with Magnus, it's a distrusting of his psychic abilities. Some of the other Primarchs, for example, don't like how aloof, for example, a character like Fulgrim could be. But generally, the legions and the Primarchs and the Emperor sort of spread the fleets of the Great Crusade throughout the galaxy, continually adding more and more lost human territories back into the Imperium, removing alien threats or Xenos that had ravaged human worlds during the Age of Strife. And yeah, generally it was a positive time. The Emperor clearly had a plan beyond the Great Crusade, though, that he was working on. And some of this is revealed more in the novels. But generally, he kept a lot of what he knew about, for example, the nature of the warp, away from the Primarchs. They didn't know the things that he knew. But the Great Crusade gradually comes to an end about sort of 200 years after it started, with 3 major events. The first event is Monarchia. Monarchia was a planet that had recently been brought into compliance, as the terminology is for being brought into the Imperium, by the Word Bearers, by Lorgar's Legion. Lorgar's Legion is very slow at adding planets into compliance, and the Emperor decided to investigate why. When he arrived on Monarchia, what he found were huge, lavish temples being raised all across the planet in devotion to the Emperor. And the Emperor, with the Ultramarines supporting him, destroyed them all in front of Lorgar and his troops. Lorgar was absolutely horrified and aghast. The people of Monarchia, who had been told that the Emperor was a god, were again aghast. And the Emperor explained he does not want worship. He is not a god. And essentially shamed and humiliated Lorgar in front of his entire, the majority of his legion, some of his closest friends, including Corferon and Erebus, Corferon is essentially his father figure, and Erebus was someone who was very close to him while growing up on his planet. And yeah, it shames Lorgar to the point that Lorgar retreats to his home world for a while before eventually continuing back on the Crusade, this time with a contingent of the Emperor's own custodian guard there to observe Lorgar and his forces to ensure that they are not making the Emperor a focus of worship. The second major event is the Council of Nicaea. At Nicaea, Magnus is censured by the Emperor for using his psychic abilities. Psychic abilities had generally been encouraged within the Space Marine legions. Most Space Marine legions featured what they called a librarius, which is essentially a conclave of psychic warriors. And in the example of the Thousand Suns, which has now obviously built its numbers back up, there was a large number of psychic warriors in the Librarius. In fact, most of their leaders were members of the Librarius. The Emperor insisted that Magnus was not to use his psychic abilities, to cease his explorations into sorcery and the abilities of the warp, and that all Librarius should also cease the use of their abilities and be redistributed to the battle companies of the respective legions. Several of the other Primarchs spoke out in Magnus's defense, but several others also spoke out against him, including Leman Russ, leading to quite a damning moment and quite a humiliating moment for Magnus, especially so soon after what had happened at Monarchia to his brother Lorgar. Lorgar and Magnus also being quite close. The final event that marked the end of the Great Crusade, as it had been up until this point, was an event called the Ulanor Crusade. Ulanor was a planet that was essentially a homeworld to the Orcs. Now, the Orcs are descended from the Krork. They're less smart, and every so often they sort of rouse around one big war boss, some sort of charismatic war boss who is able to bring them all together. And the most recent boss is called the Beast of Ulanor, and he has gathered an enormous war, an orc army, that comprises millions of orcs, and he was leading them to attack nearby systems. The Emperor, Horus, and 8 other Primarchs with the majority of their legions all descend on Ulanor to wipe the orcs out. It is a tremendous show of force. It takes many, many months, I think even a few years, but eventually they're victorious. And at the triumph of Ulanor, and the aftermath of the battle, with the other 8 Primarchs assembled, the Emperor declares that he is leaving the Great Crusade and hands Horus the title of War Master. Horus is going to be in command of the Great Crusade in the Emperor's stead, while the Emperor returns to his work on Terra. Unfortunately, this single event, this single choice, well, in combination with Nicaea and Monarchia, helps to spark the downfall of the Imperium that the Emperor envisioned. All I ever wanted was the truth. So here you are, Lorgar. You've spent your whole life seeking answers to the biggest questions that have bedeviled humanity since it first realized that rocks aren't particularly nutritious. Of all of the Emperor's sons, you are the greatest orator, the thinker, the dreamer, the one who can inspire, a leader. Here is the truth that you longed for. Gods exist, though even calling them that isn't strictly accurate. Powers, then. They exist behind the veil of that which we call reality, separate yet connected. They do not make the stars burn, the worlds rotate around them. No, nothing so mundane. Emotions are their nourishment, their essence. In a way, that is all they are. They are our reflection. Even the sentience they seem to exhibit is dependent upon our own. In a galaxy cold and devoid of life, could they even think? Are they even aware of what they actually do? Prophets and madmen talk of the great game, but that is just a label that mortals apply to the endless cycle of conflict, mutualism, parasitism, and symbiosis that the powers are eternally locked within. So there are your gods, You've spoken to their avatars and battled them. You understand what they are as much as any mortal mind, even a Primarch's, is capable of. And you know what they offer. Power to reshape flesh, minds, reality itself. All yours for the taking. And what is the cost? Suffering, pain, torment beyond comprehension, children burned in front of screaming parents, skin peeled from flesh, bones ripped from bodies. Such agony that souls are ripped apart, shard by shrieking shard, to be fed to the entities beyond the veil. Worlds put to the torch, civilization itself cast down, reshaped into a twisted parody of rationality, where strength and insanity are one and the same, and to live is to suffer. This is the cost that your gods ask of you, that they need from you. This is their nourishment and their entertainment. So what do? You know now that these are the nightmares that have ever stalked humanity throughout its history. You knew that the Emperor lied to you, but now you understand why. Why he did not want to be worshipped, for religious zealotry is the mold that spreads through the mind and allows the gods to grow stronger. You know too what Corpheron and Erebus are, the bitter, twisted old tyrant and the silver-tongued serpent of Colchis. You understand why they worship the gods, the power that they seek for themselves. You are not so naive that you do not know you are being used. Not anymore. Do you kill them? Do you cast them down with snap necks and cloven skulls? Even at the height of their strength, they cannot stand against you. Do you end their scheming once and for all, and root out every last tendril of corruption that they have set festering within the soul of the legion that you love? Do you warn your brothers in turn? Do you embrace rationality, deprive the gods of as much power as you can, and dedicate yourself to building a better future for all of humanity? No. You embrace the gods. Horus is the leader of the heresy, but you are its architect, its true creator. You set into motion a chain of events that causes countless billions of deaths, that shatters worlds, that reshapes the galaxy forever, that sets mankind on a course that will inexorably lead it to damnation and ruin. You bring the Emperor's dream of a strong, unified, rational humanity to an end. And why? Because you need it. You need something higher than yourself to believe in. You always have. The faith of old Colchis, the imperial truth, the primordial truth. You cannot imagine existence without that. It is the core around which your whole identity is formed. Without it, what are you? You do not know, and you are afraid to find out. Is that now why you hide yourself from your legion in that grand basilica on Sicarius? Are you truly seeking deeper communion with the powers, or are you hiding from what the galaxy has become because of you? Because of your infantile need to devote yourself to something, anything, that is stronger than you? All I ever wanted was the truth. Well then, so here is your truth, Lorgar Aurelian.
no matter how long you exist, no matter what you do, no matter what tainted gifts the gods bestow upon you, no matter how strong you become, this truth will forever remain unchanged. You are weak. May that knowledge consume you.
That little excerpt I just read was something I found on the internet years ago. It's attributed to someone called Jonathan Ward, but I know nothing more about the author. I'd love to find out more, or if they have any other work. But it sums up a lot of the tragedy that I'm about to discuss. The end of the Great Crusade is marked by what's called the Horus Heresy. The Horus Heresy was originally a passing line in the first edition of Warhammer 40,000. I have the rulebook for the first edition of Warhammer 40,000. It was published in 1987. I was only a year old at that point. So obviously I picked it up years later in a charity shop for about £20. It was a really good deal. But what's interesting about that is chaos, as it is now in the fiction, didn't really exist in the game at that point. So we learned that something called the Horus Heresy is what kind of doomed the the Imperium to its gradual, slow decline, which it's sort of always been on. But it wasn't until Chaos that was introduced that we got details about the heresy, and I think the main formation of the heresy as what it actually is came about from the backs of a card game, collectible card game with a series of art prints that were released in the early 90s. There's a mobile version of that card game now as well. It has a lot of the art from the original print run of cards, but I wouldn't recommend it because it's a mobile game. It's going to be full of microtransactions. What I'd instead recommend is, if you can find it, a book called Visions of Heresy, which features all of the art from those prints, as well as art created for the new Horus Heresy book series, along with all of the original text. And it's a phenomenal piece of work. Basically, the Horus Heresy begins long before Horus himself actually falls to chaos, when Lorgar goes on a quest with the Wordbearers and discovers the Eye of Terror, and through discovering the Eye of Terror learns the truth about the warp and the chaos gods and what they are and what they can offer, and realizes, as the fiction piece says, that this was the cult that Corferon and Erebus were a part of, and Lorgar and a large part of his legion give themselves totally to the worship of chaos. And they engineer the falls of several other legions. They realize that Horus works better as the face of the heresy, that more Primarchs are willing to follow Horus into battle than would follow Lorgar. And so, they're basically trying to engineer the demise of the Emperor. This is explored very brilliantly in a novel called The First Heretic by Aaron Dembski-Bowden, which is part of the Horus Heresy series. I think it's book 13, I want to say, of the Horus Heresy series, but is actually set earliest in the timeline. It does overlap some with the first 5 books of the series as well, which I'll explain more in a minute. But yeah, the Horus Heresy novel series was the ones that revealed just how involved Lorgar and Erebus in particular were in the fall of Horus. Basically, Erebus joins a fleet of the Sons of Horus. I think they're still called the Lunar Wolves at this point, and becomes quite close to Horus, becomes sort of one of his advisors, and becomes quite close to a few higher members of the Legion, including Horus's second in command, Ezekiel Abaddon. They end up having to they encounter a small offshoot empire of humanity called the Interrex. Now, the Interrex control a small portion of space, sort of similar to Ultramar, but they have an alien race called the Kinnebrak allied with them. This is explained in the first novel for the Horus Heresy series, which is Horus Rising. And so this Horus and a lot of the Lunar Wolves leadership are sort of given a tour of the Interrex homeworld. Erebus is with them, and someone steals a relic that they have in it's either in a museum or a more guarded facility. I believe it was just a museum though. And it's revealed that the Interrex know about chaos. And they're kind of shocked that Horus doesn't know when they try and explain it to him. And it turns out the weapon that's been stolen, an Athame, is linked to chaos. It's a chaos weapon. And the Interrex realise how dangerous it is. The Lunar Wolves do not. And obviously the Interrex think that the Lunar Wolves have stolen it and believe that they're planning to some sort of chaos ritual with it. And it's only after the two are fighting that sort of the Interrex realise that Horus doesn't know about chaos and sort of the true tragedy of what's happened, of what's been revealed to happen, sort of takes effect, and essentially the Interrex have to be exterminated and brought into compliance properly. Which is kind of a tragedy, and Horus does feel like it's all out of his control. It was his first major conquest since the Great Crusade, so the first time he's kind of on his own without the guidance of the Emperor. I should mention as well, speaking of the Great Crusade, Alfarius was encountered after Ulanor. So I don't think Alfarius ever met the Emperor. I think he only ever interacted with Horus. But yeah, what happens is on the next, or one of the next worlds they come to, is a planet called Davin. And on the planet Davin, there are chaos worshipping cults. And there's the Lunar Wolves. They're now the Sons of Horus after their conquest of the Interrex. They come under attack, and as they come under attack, one of the creatures attacking them, or one of the enemies attacking them, uses the Athame from the Interrex and wounds Horus. And the wound is something that they're struggling to treat, even though he's a Primarch and he's, hyper genetically engineered, so he should survive anything, and what have you. They're really struggling to keep Horus alive. Erebus suggests using a cult on the planet to help. And Erebus goes with Horus. Abaddon goes with him. Abaddon's sort of involved in it. And Horus is taken inside this tent. While there, Horus is basically given visions of the future by the Chaos Gods, and he sees the decline of the Imperium into stagnation. He sees the Emperor being worshipped as a god, which the Emperor always decried. And, he sees the statues of himself and several of his brother Primarchs destroyed and in ruins on the grand walkway towards the Imperial Palace on Earth. What he's actually seen visions of, we're aware of, are as the actual present day Imperium of Man in the Warhammer 40,000 setting, as a result of what's about to happen. But Horus doesn't know that. And Magnus is sort of psychically aware of what's happening to Horus and tries to reason with him. But Horus kind of rejects Magnus and, sort of swears himself to the Chaos Gods, which brings him back to life and his full vitality, and sort of gives him a new mission, and he liaises with several other Primarchs to try and to continue what he's planning. Magnus attempts to warn the Emperor and sends a psychic message to Terra from Prospero, using the Librarius to help him. What the Emperor was actually doing on Terra is he's building an Imperial webway. That's what he's trying to do. Magnus's message being sort of raw, unfocused psychic power due to him not actually having the training that he wanted, damages the webway that the Emperor is creating irreparably. So the webway starts filling with demons. The webway portal links to the Imperial Palace on Terra, and so the Emperor has to use his psychic might to protect the Imperial Palace from demonic invasion. As a result, he sends Leman Russ to bring Magnus before him. Also, there's some other things that are going on, like there's the fifth novel of the Horus Heresy series called Fulgrim, reveals that Fulgrim has also found a demonic weapon on a planet called Lair, and it's a sword, and the sword is he's aware that the sword is sort of speaking to him and influencing him, but he kind of likes it, and it's implied that the demon involved in the sword is a demon of Slanesh as well, and so that's affecting Fulgrim. Horus sort of manages to meet with Leman Russ as Leman Russ is on his way to Prospero to bring in Magnus, and sort of through words in his ear says this is where I mentioned about the Lost and the Forgotten, how it's implied that Leman Russ executed one of them on the Emperor's order, because Horus says something to Leman Russ along the lines of, why would the Emperor send you if he wants Magnus brought in alive? Why would he send you? He could send any one of us. Why would he send you for that? If he's sending you, the Emperor only has one goal in mind for Magnus, one fate for him. And that's enough to sway Leman Russ, not to the side of chaos, but that he's being sent to execute Magnus. So when he arrives on Prospero, the Space Wolves are ready for combat, and the Custodian Guard that with them are ready for combat. So they attack Prospero and Magnus and the Thousand Sons. Now, Horus meets with Fulgrim, Mortarion, and Angron. And their 4 legions arrive pretty much in force at a system called Istvan. Istvan was a recently conquered system which has now seceded from the Imperium again. And the main settled world there is Istvan 3, which is the third planet in the system. The 4 fleets sort of converge in orbit, but they don't attack straight away. Usually the Space Marines are the first line of attack. They sort of arrive in system, they fire drop pods at a planet, they pour out, they do battle. This time, though, Horus is having them sit while he converses with the other Primarchs. And what happens is Horus handpicks, with the guidance of the other legions, the units that are assigned to the planet. And when I say the units that are assigned to the planet, what I mean is that there is literally, like, he will break squads up. Like, a squad of 10 men, he might send 4 of them, and then partner them with 6 other men from another squad. And he does this for all 4 of the legions, and he sends about a third of each legion down to the planet. And they lay siege on Istvan 3. While they're attacking the planet, a Emperor's Children sergeant, well, not even a sergeant, I think he's a commander, named Saul Tarvitz, sort of learns that they're going to be attacked on the planet. Like, the Marines that have been sent down are going to be attacked. He links with a battle brother that he's close with in the Death Guard, known as Nathaniel Garhdo. And Garhdo is on board a ship called the Eisenstein. And Garhdo is able to see that the Eisenstein is being loaded with chemical weapons to attack the planet's surface. Garhdo and his squad sort of retake the Eisenstein, while Saul Tarvitz grabs a ship and heads towards the surface to try and warn as many Marines as he can. The Eisenstein flees the system shortly after, and Tarvitz manages to warn enough of the Marines on the planet to hide before the chemical bombardment starts. The bombardment from the fleet destroys every human being who isn't a Space Marine on the planet. There's a huge chemical and virological weapons, and then there's an ensuing firestorm. However, thanks to Tarvitz's warnings, most of the Space Marines survive. Much to Horus and the other Primarchs' ire, leading Angron to immediately launch his own men at the planet to fight them. The Marines that were on the planet under the guidance of Tarvitz take the crystal fortress that they were about to lay siege to, which they were expecting the siege to take a while. So they're able to quickly get in there, and obviously it's already fortified, so they just, seize the gun emplacements and defend it as best they can. And as a result, even though they're now beset by legions that far outnumber them, they're able to sort of hold their own for a good few months. The Eisenstein warp travels back to Terra to bring a warning of what's happened. And the remainders of the Sons of Horus, the Death Guard, the Emperor's Children, and the World Eaters besiege Istvan 3, trying to kill the remaining loyalists. Basically, what Horus had done is he'd handpicked the units that weren't going to follow him across all 4 legions and sent them to the planet to die. So this is known as the Istvan Betrayal. And the flight of the Eisenstein and everything like that to take the warning to Terra. I think the Eisenstein is eventually met by Rogel Dawn and the Imperial Fists. And, a plan is a plan is made to send more forces. The loyalists are eventually betrayed by Lucius, one of the Emperor's children, and a battle brother to Tarvitz, who allows the traitors to get into the fortress and kill everyone. So all the loyalists die. But the hold-up in the system, while they were trying to fight the loyalists, has basically slowed them down and allowed the Imperium to respond. 9 other legions, 8 other legions, sorry, are sent their way. So with the destruction of the loyalists, the traitors hastily dig themselves in on Istvan 5, which is sort of a large open battlefield, and they dig themselves in there. They properly entrench themselves. So the legions heading their way have to really fight to sort of dig them out. The legions sent to attack them are the Alpha Legion, the Iron Warriors, the Night Lords, the Word Bearers, the Iron Hands, the Raven Guard, and the Salamanders. Now, you may have noticed there that the Word Bearers are already traitors. We know this. The Alpha Legion, Alfarius has a very strong link to Horus. And Perturabo and Conrad Kurz are both also turned through different scenarios and things. I forget the specifics, but they're also turned. So essentially, the Iron Hands, the Raven Guard, and the Salamanders are heading into battle with people that are going to betray them. Now, they land on Istvan. There's a huge, like I said, they sort of fire themselves at planet in drop pods or in high power ships. They all just get out, they start advancing on the entrenched positions, and they sort of open fire and lead the attack. Fulgrim ends up in single combat with Ferrus Manus. Fulgrim at this point is purely possessed. He's on the verge of possession by the demon and the sword. And killing Ferrus Manus is the act where he realizes sort of how far he's fallen and allows the demon to possess him fully. So that spells the end of Fulgrim. With the death of Ferrus Manus and the loss of a lot of their starting forces from how deeply entrenched the traitors are, the Iron Hands, the Salamanders, and the Raven Guard all start to fall back. And when they fall back, the other 4 legions behind them then open fire. So what you have is what's called the Drop Site Massacre. And during this battle, as I said, Ferrus Manus is killed. Vulcan is lost and believed killed for a long time. Korax survives with a small smattering of Raven Guard, who then have to fight sort of a running battle against the traitors to try and stay alive and escape the planet. But yeah, there's a lot of death, and 3 legions that Horus knew he was never going to turn are essentially wiped out for the approaching conflict. At roughly the same time as this is happening, like I said, the Space Wolves and the Custodians lay siege to Prospero, the homeworld of the Thousand Suns. Magnus and a lot of his inner circle are able to escape, and they sort of swear revenge on Leman Russ and the Space Wolves. Their escape kind of leads them to falling under the control of the Chaos God Tzeentch. It's sort of Tzeentch had manipulated their fall. For example, things like the flesh change affecting the Thousand Suns was all part of Tzeentch's plan to manipulate Magnus. as this happens, there's other battles around the galaxy. The Ultramarines find themselves attacked by the Word Bearers at a place called Calth. The Blood Angels are led into a trap at the hands of Khorne demons at the Battle of Signum Prime, where Sanguinus is heavily wounded by a Khorne demon known as Kabanda. The Raven Guard try to sort of rebuild their numbers on their homeworld deliverance, but aren't really successful because they're sabotaged by a gene engineer known as Fabius Bile, who works for, I think he's just called Fabius at this point, and he's one of the Emperor's children. The Dark Angels find themselves attacked by the Night Lords. Large warp storms, known as the Ruin Storm, kind of envelop large parts of the galaxy. Again, similar to the Age of Strife. It is almost like the power of the warp is waxing, in getting stronger. The Custodian Guard are fighting a war inside the Webway to sort of beat back the demons, while the Emperor's sort of holding the throne. Warned by the people of the Eisenstein, the Imperial Fists try to turn the Imperial Palace into a fortress to hold off an invasion that they know is coming eventually. Malkador the Sigillite gathers Marines, the Marines from the Eisenstein, including Nathaniel Garhdo, and turns them into knights errant, sort of performing missions for him to find loyalists in the fallen legions. Newer additions to the story from the new Horus Heresy novels as well have included the idea that there were multiple loyalists from the traitor legions. For example, a small company of Iron Warriors who joined the Ultramarines at Ultramar, where Gulliman kind of rallied as many forces as he could, including a lot of the surviving Blood Angels from Cygnus Prime, including Sanguinus, and Vulcan eventually made his way there as well. There were shenanigans involved in Vulcan's transport to Ultramar. They also attempted to set up something called the Pharos Beacon, to try and act as a new Astronomicon, to guide people to Ultramar rather than Terra, because the actual Astronomicon was being dimmed due to the Ruin Storm. Horus also was able to tempt a large swathe of the Mechanicus into joining him, especially the Fabricator General Kelbor Hal, by basically promising him the exploration of forbidden knowledge that the Emperor was keeping secret from them, and opening some vaults on Mars that the Emperor had sort of forbade them to open, which led to a large civil war erupting on Mars itself. Obviously right next to Terra, which was terrifying for a lot of the defenders of Terra. A large portion of the Imperial army also joined Horus. However, he wasn't successful in converting all of the people he attempted to target. For example, he tried to get Jagati Khan of the White Scars to join him. But Khan instead stayed loyal and fled from Horus and headed towards Earth. Eventually, though, the sort of it was becoming apparent that the traitors were going to head to Earth to try and fight the Emperor. As I said, Rogel Dawn, who was now declared Lord Commander of the Imperium, which basically gave him command of all of the Imperial forces on or around Terra. Was responsible for defending the Imperial Palace and fortifying the system. The Imperial Fist even led a raid on Mars, which allowed them to seize some of the, several thousand suits of the newest Space Marine armor that had been developed on Mars. Basically meaning that the Imperial Fist defenders had the best technology. Many forces from other chapters other legions, also started to make their way towards Earth, including forces from the Ultramar Imperium. The Blood Angels under Sanguinus arrived, as did the White Scars. However, the Ultramarines and Dark Angels especially were beset by other traitors en route, or Chaos Demons, and so were all delayed. As I said, a large portion of this is still being explored in the books. The actual Siege of Terror is the current sort of sub-series within a series of the Horus Heresy novels that is currently being explored. I think there's 4 or 5 novels of it so far. So for a lot of this, I'm going to be going on to the old canon, but bear in mind some of it will be changing or has been elaborated on, or things like that. So, for example, the Siege of Terror basically ends up with warp storms opening on the planet, demons invading, the Iron Warriors laying siege to the palace, the outer defences of the palace falling, a lot of the starports on the planet falling. Jagati Khan of the White Scars sorts of leads a charge to retake one of the spaceports to bring in some reinforcements from space. But it's generally accepted that the fleet has, the traitor fleet sort of has the superiority. There are several cool battles that were described in a lot of the older lore. For example, as I said, on Signum Prime, the Demon Commander broke Sanguinus's back. In one of the old pieces of lore at the Battle of Terra, as the Eternity Gate for the Imperial Palace falls, Commander and Sanguinus have an aerial rematch above the Imperial Palace, except this time Sanguinus wins, breaks Commander's back over his own knee, and then throws the sort of tattered corpse of Commander at the Eternity Gate just as it's breached, which is enough to sort of send the traitors back for a while, allowing the Imperium to shore up more defences. But the battle's grinding on, and Horus knows he's running out of time before more loyalist reinforcements arrive. So he lays a trap that he knows that the Emperor can't ignore, which is that he lowers the shields on his Star Cruiser, which is called the Vengeful Spirit. The Emperor, leaving Malcador to guard the Webway portal by sitting on the Golden Throne, goes with Rogaldorn and Sanguinus, some Imperial Fists, some Custodian Guards, some members of the Imperial Army, all aboard the Vengeful Spirit. On board the Vengeful Spirit, they're all separated due to the warp magic that's kind of infesting the ship. By the time the Emperor finds Horus, he finds Horus standing over the broken and dead body of Sanguinus. Sanguinus's death at the hands of Horus causes a sort of psychic shockwave among the Blood Angels and makes them fight more fervently than ever on the planet. Later, this will become known as the Black Rage, and all Blood Angels are sort of prone to falling into this during battle, and some of them never recover from it, and so are forced to join what's called the Death Company. The Emperor battles Horus and still tries to reason with him. However, it's only when Horus casually kills some innocents who tried to intercede into the battle that he realizes how far Horus has fallen. Different takes on the lore over the years have suggested different innocents that die, whether it's a custodian guard, a squadron of Imperial Fists, or even a single lone Imperial army soldier known as Alanus Pius. Personally, I quite like that one, but Alanus Pius is apparently a completely different character in the novels now, so it's unlikely that's going to happen. But that essentially makes the Emperor realize just how far Horus has fallen into the grip of the Chaos Gods. So the Emperor unleashes his entire psychic might against Horus and essentially destroys who Horus is. His very being, his soul, is eradicated forever. There is no soul that goes into the warp. There is nothing that the Chaos Gods can latch onto. Horus is just completely eradicated. However, in doing so, the Emperor himself is left very critically wounded, and essentially dying. Rogaldorn finds him and brings him back to Earth, and the Emperor is plugged into the Golden Throne, where he will remain for the next 10,000 years. Essentially, the Golden Throne, his mind is it keeps him alive, but his mind is the only thing active. His mind is projecting the light of the Astronomicon and holding back the demons in the webway. And to do this, 1,000 souls have to be sacrificed to him every day. 1,000 psychics for him to feed on, essentially, to power himself. So yeah, pretty dark. The traitors flee and sort of make immediate speed for the Eye of Terror, dive straight into it. Abaddon takes over as leader of the Sons of Horus and rechristens them the Black Legion, and they become sort of the new leader. Abaddon becomes sort of the new war master of the Chaos Forces. So even the Primarchs kind of submit to him. Some of the Primarchs have now become demons as well. Angron and the World Eaters have become devoted to Khorne, to the point that they used to have a white and blue colour scheme, but now their armour has become tainted with the amount of red blood that they have shed from their enemies, which I think is a great detail. Fulgrim and the Emperor's Children have sort of entirely fallen to Slaanesh. Mortarion and the Death Guard have fallen to Nurgle. So they become, blessed with disease and pox. And Magnus, through his own sort of tragedy, folly, and hubris, has fallen into the pawns of Tzeentch. There's several other things that happen in the aftermath. For example, the Thousand Sun sorcerer Ahriman utilizes something he calls the rubric, which essentially turns all of the remaining Thousand Suns into spirits inhabiting armor and turns their bodies to dust, which makes them phenomenally powerful, but sort of removes a lot of who they are, and as punishment for this, Magnus casts him out of the Legion forever. So yeah, there's things like that. The only Emperor's Children Marine who isn't really a part of the the Slaneshi cult that forms is Fabius. He is more dedicated to genetic enhancement. He has genetically enhanced a lot of the other Emperor's Children Marines, which is exemplifies their mutations and their sort of descent into decadence, changing things like their hearing, their speech, and things like that. But he's constantly genetically enhancing and sort of becomes sort of like a gun for hire among the Chaos Forces. Lorgar also becomes Demon Prince of sort of Chaos Undivided, where he's kind of linked to all four of the gods equally, as do a few of the others. The only traitor Primarch beyond Horus, I think, who's explicitly known to have been killed, although it doesn't happen until much later, is Night Haunter, Conrad Kurz, who foresees his own death at the hands of an Imperial assassin. So the Imperial assassin actually kills him several centuries later. For the Loyalists, Sanguinus is definitely dead. I think Jagati Khan dies as well, not long afterwards, and Ferrus Manus is dead as well. Rogel Dawn gives the title of Lord Commander to Gulliman, who he recognises as a superior tactician. Gulliman immediately writes a tome called the Codex Astartes. The Codex Astartes is a tome to redistribute the military power of the Imperium, including the separation of the legions down into chapters. The chapters essentially encompass about 1,000 Marines. The design of the chapters is so that no one can ever wield the full power of a Space Marine Legion again. Yeah, it's something that's popular among some of them, like for example Korax and Vulcan I think support him, whereas Leman Russ doesn't. Rogel Dawn becomes sort of one of the last holdouts, but I think eventually agrees with Gulliman that it's to be done, which forms a majority vote after he fights a series of battles called the Iron Cage against the Iron Warriors. Some Iron Warriors fortresses that have sort of held out in the aftermath of the heresy, which turns into a bit of a long war for the Imperial Fists, and a very bloody one. Lionel Johnson returns to Caliban and finds in the aftermath of the heresy that Luther, his like Corferon, his adoptive father, in the same way that Corferon was for Lorgar, his adoptive father who became a Space Marine and became his sort of right hand. Luther has turned and fallen to chaos and taken several of the Dark Angels with him. This leads to a battle between the Lion and Luther, where the Lion is believed slain and sort of lost, taken by these aliens that live on the planet Caliban called the Watchers in the Dark, and sort of hidden within inside their fortress. Luther sort of goes mad, believing that he's killed the Lion, and the planet Caliban is actually ripped apart by a warp storm in the process. A lot of the fallen Dark Angels sort of disappear into the warp, and so the Dark Angels decide to hide the fact of the fallen, and that becomes their main motivation as an army moving forward, is to hunt the fallen. with only sort of like an inner circle of the chapter being aware of the truth. So yeah, that's an interesting little wrinkle. Over the next sort of 200 years, most of the Primarchs are lost in some way or another. Guilliman, most especially, is poisoned by a blade wielded by Fulgrim and sort of locked in stasis. Leman Russ disappears into the warp, taking the 13th Company of Space Wolves with him. Rogel Dawn, I believe, is lost fighting Dark Eldar, sorry. The only other chapter that sort of came about as a result of the direct result of the heresy is Malcador the Sigillite Knights Errant, which are turned into an elite psychic demon hunting chapter based on Titan, the moon of Saturn, called the Grey Knights, and they are the most elite of elite. Like, it's like if there's one Space Marine for every world in the Imperium, and there's 1,000 Space Marines per chapter, there's one Grey Knight for every chapter of Space Marines. That's how elite they are. They're all psychic, they have psychic weapons, they're given the best weapons, the best training, they know the names of demons, which allows them to have power over them. Yeah, the most elite of elite, and their creation is one of Malcador's last acts, because while holding the Golden Throne while the Emperor was on the Vengeful Spirit, Malcador essentially burnt out, so that when Malcador is removed from the Golden Throne so that the Emperor can take it, Malcador dies not long afterwards. So yeah, that's essentially the Horus Heresy. What started as an offhand line in the original Rogue Trader edition, the very first edition of Warhammer 40,000, turned into this glorious epic that spans 50 plus novels in current canon. Yeah, it's very, very good. The actual Horus Heresy novels, I've heard mixed results for most of them. I can definitely recommend the ones I have read, which are the first 5, which basically cover the events of the Istvan massacres and betrayal, and the fall of Horus just before that, and the first Heretic, which is Lorgar's fall, and crosses over with those other books. Some of the new additions they've made to canon are a bit dubious. Like, they've explained that there's a Xenos group called the Cabal who have convinced Alfarius that he has to remain loyal to the Emperor and to see the Imperium survive. He has to make sure that Horus wins the heresy, sort of suggesting that Alfarius is still loyal even though he's a traitor. And like I said, the revelation of Alfarius and Omegon being twins, being 2 different people, and the revelations of the Ultramar Imperium and the Pharos Beacon. The Pharos Beacon falls because it's tapped by the traitors, which sends a massive echo through the warp, which I'll touch on later on. So yeah, there's a lot going on. A lot has been added to the heresy, which is great. So yeah, the heresy sort of sees the end of the golden age of the Imperium and leads to the 40k setting as we know it today, almost. As I said, there's about 10,000 years between the Heresy and the modern setting of Warhammer 40,000. Originally, the game was designed so that you could play battles in sort of anywhere within that period. Obviously, most people would sort of tend to be at the current setting. When I got into the game, it was after the 3rd edition had launched, and the 3rd edition is generally noted for the shift from the more sort of RPG elements of the 1st edition and some of the smaller, more comical elements of, the more fantasy basis of a lot of the story in the 2nd edition into what is generally considered the grimdark nature of Warhammer 40,000. Grimdark sort of suggesting that, everything's going wrong. For a large portion of time between the 3rd edition, which, like I said, was 1998, and the 8th edition, or sort of just before 8th edition launched, like towards the end of 7th edition, so sort of around 2015, the storyline was somewhat static in that over this past 10,000 years of history, not much had actually changed. It was generally just accepted that the Imperium was in decline. It was surrounded on all sides by enemy races that would be quite happy to see us all exterminated. And in the past sort of 250 years of the 41st millennium, the threats had grown immeasurably. So, as I said, there are moments of established history within there. One of the biggest ones, which was recently turned into a novel series, was called The War of the Beast, which takes place about 2,000 years after the Heresy, where the Imperium is still pretty stable, and sort of a far cry from what it would later become, in that despite the Heresy, it seems to have kind of weathered that quite successfully. And then a new Orc war boss, known as the Beast, rises on Ulanor and attacks. And the Beast is generally considered to be the most powerful Orc war boss that has ever existed. He forms an even bigger war than the one that was the focus of the Ulanor Crusade. He's the Beast himself is smart. He has a group of what are known as prime orcs underneath him. He almost exterminates the entire Imperial Fist chapter. As a result, the last surviving member, Chapter Master Corland, proposes the creation of what he calls the Death Watch, which are kill teams made up of Marines from multiple different chapters, sort of mixing specialities and methods of war to create sort of elite fighting forces, which he uses against the Orcs. From what I've read of it, it's a really good series. It features Eldar returning. It features Vulcan, who is by this point the last Primarch known to still be alive, and it features what is possibly his final death. I think that a lot of the newer novels have sort of made it that Vulcan is like a perpetual, like every time he dies, he keeps being reborn, and this sort of suggests that he's reaching his final death here. Introduces Imperial assassins. In fact, the final book in it's a 12 novel series, so it's available in like 4 omnibuses as well, of like 3 or 4 omnibuses, I think, depending on whether it's 3 or 4 in each book. And the final one actually involves an event that takes place afterwards called the Beheading, where after Corland, who was the Lord Commander, and his successor, Maximus Thane, relinquished the title of Lord Commander to one of the Imperial High Lords, who's called Van Goric. Van Goric essentially goes mad with power after and sort of paranoid at the possible return of the Orc threat, because he learns that the Ulanor hasn't been destroyed as it was ordered, and so kills the other High Lords using assassins, meaning that Thane has to lead some Space Marines to take Van Goric out. Van Goric surrounds himself with hundreds of assassins, and when I say assassins, we're talking they come from a temple, like an assassin temple, and they're essentially drugged up psychopathic killers, specializing in close combat. So they are a match for a Space Marine. After the beheading, the Lord Commander title isn't used again. The High Lords are sort of given power more equally. The Emperor gradually becomes worshipped. It's sort of like the War of the Beast is what starts the decline. People sort of worship the Emperor and his Marines as sort of saving them from the Beast. It leads to the beginning of an imperial church called the Ecclesiarchy. At one point, the Ecclesiarchy is led by a man named Goj Van Dyer, who creates what's called the Reign of Blood, when he again sort of tries to seize power during the Age of Apostasy. Van Dyer is eventually... he surrounds himself with what are called the Brides of the Emperor, which are like essentially devout nuns. And Goj Van Dyer again has to be... originally the Space Marines sort of stay out of the conflict, but eventually they're the ones that have to kind of put an end to him. But what they do instead, rather than kill him themselves, I can't remember if it's Space Marines or Custodians, but they take some of the Brides of the Emperor before the Emperor himself. And it's implied that they psychically commune with the Emperor, and that leads them to kill Goj Van Dyer themselves. The one particular bride that's brought before him is Alicia Dominica. Alicia Dominica then decides to form the militant wing of the Ecclesiarchy, and they become known as the Adeptus Sororitas, because it's decreed that the Ecclesiarchy can have no men at arms. So Alicia Dominica suggests that her and her brides of the Emperor become that militant arm. And this isn't refused because, they just saved the Imperium. So they become essentially like battle nuns. And they've recently had an overhaul as an army, with some fantastic new models, which just look amazing. They were an army that for a long time was only available in metal miniatures that dated back to the late 90s. So now they've all had these phenomenal new plastic sculpts, and they just look incredible. But yeah, that's more about the tabletop portion of the game. As I said, the Imperium's kind of surrounded by all sides by different aliens. Obviously, I've discussed the Orcs before. There's also the Eldar that I mentioned earlier. The Craft World Eldar are sort of floating in their craft worlds. Some of the craft worlds do pass through Imperial space. Sometimes they're opposed, sometimes they're not. The craft worlds are enormous ships. They're ships that are made of other ships. They're essentially fortresses or small planets that sort of fly around. The different craft worlds, some of them are more allied to each other than others are. One of the pivotal members of the Eldar race is a Farseer, who's a psychic seer, called Eldrad Ulthran. Eldrad sort of foresees the future of the Eldar race, and it's implied that he's trying to sort of guide them, towards a specific outcome that will save their race. So he tends to be involved in a lot of shadow wars and shadow actions. In fact, he even appears in the book Fulgrim, trying to discourage Fulgrim from using the sword and the path that he's on, knowing what will happen. Especially because, as well, Fulgrim's being influenced by Slaanesh. Slaanesh is described by the Eldar as she who thirsts. They all know that Slaanesh is after their souls. The Craftworld Eldar deal with this using something called Soul Stones, where what they do is, if they die, their soul is kept in a stone. Soul Stones can be put on constructs to animate them, so that dead warriors can continue to fight for the craft world, or they can be linked together in a giant construction in the center of each craft world called the Infinity Circuit. And that's their way of keeping their souls safe from Slaanesh. The Drukhari, however, who exist in Comora inside the Webway, sort of strike out on real space, and what they do is they take slaves and they torture their slaves to leech off their life energy and sort of give that to Slaanesh as well. It's implied that because of how close they were to the Eye of Terror during the birth of Slaanesh, the Drukhari are kind of always being leeched by Slaanesh. So they're kind of always dying. There's three main factions within the Drukhari. There's the witch cults, the cabals, which where most of the power is. They're like powerful houses, and the homunculi covens. Homunculi do a lot of genetic engineering and create sort of monstrosities to increase the power of the Dark Eldar. They're generally all led by the Overlord of Comora, who is Asdrubael Vecht. He's very malicious and duplicitous. He kind of seized power in Comora by betraying a whole load of other people. It's very Game of Thronesian. The gods of the Eldar, we still know that Cain has been kind of broken. The Craftworlds are able to use what's called avatars of Cain to exist to fight on behalf of the Craftworlds. The avatar of Cain is kind of, or was for a while, kind of Games Workshop's whipping boy. Like, every time they needed to introduce some sort of new unit or new power and explain sort of how bad it was, how awesome it was and how powerful it was, they had it kill an avatar of Cain. Which, it is obviously a trope. You take out what's the hardcore guy. I think it's the Wharf Effect, I think is the name of the trope. Where it's like, oh, they take out the most powerful thing, therefore they must be even more powerful. You also have a lot of the Craftworld Eldar believe in what they call a path. So, for example, the path of the warrior, the path of the seer, the path of the outcast. some Craftworld Eldar will end up on Comora, some Comorite Eldar will end up on Craftworlds. There is some transition there. Outcasts are Eldar that are sort of away from their Craftworlds. They're known as Rangers or Corsairs, if they're more piratey. Seers, like I said, most of the Eldar are sort of psychically powerful. So they have some sort of psychic abilities, but not all of them are dedicated seers and use their powers like that. And then Path of the Warriors, for a lot of the craft worlds, they have what are called aspect warriors, and they're all representing an aspect of Cain. And there's numerous different types. Again, the Eldar are one of them where the problem is their model range for a lot of the players, because a lot of the aspect warriors are in metal models still, whereas most other productions have moved to plastic or resin. And it makes an Eldar army look old on the tabletop, and not in the way they should, as in to match the faction lore. The models just look of a lesser quality, because the modern quality that's coming out of Games Workshop is phenomenal. Like I said, for all the advances in 3D printing and custom models that some people are making, Games Workshop do still generally make the best models out there. So, which becomes annoying. So yeah. The other biggest race beyond the Eldar and the Orcs is, I mean, there's hundreds of Xenos races within the lore that are mentioned, but the other biggest one is a more recent addition to the galaxy, which are the Tyranids. The Tyranids are extragalactic invaders, led by a hive mind. They're all like bug creatures, different sort of bioforms, lots of biotechnology. They have like living starships, living weapons, living ammunition. It's believed that the Pharos beacon is what summoned them into the galaxy. At least that's how sort of the modern canon is. That's the sort of approach that's taking. They've attacked the galaxy with several major hive fleets. The first one was Hive Fleet Behemoth, which struck quite deep into the galaxy. It even managed to lay siege to Macragge, the homeworld of the Ultramarines. And it was only at great loss to the Ultramarines that they were blunted. Hive Fleet Kraken attacked Craftworld Yanden and devastated a lot of its warriors, almost destroyed the entire Craftworld. So obviously that was driven off at great loss to the Eldar. Kraken also ate, well, it's implied to have eaten a race that used to be in the game known as the Squats. Squats were essentially like space dwarves. They were sort of a leftover from where Warhammer 40,000 was essentially Warhammer Fantasy, but in space. So, like I said, you had space elves, space orcs, space humans, space dwarves. Squats are quite popular, though, among a certain older generation of fan. Space dwarves are still a phenomenally popular model range from a lot of third-party manufacturers. They used to be... The Squats were considered like a subclass of humanity, but they weren't necessarily part of the Imperium. So they were like a Xenos race, but they were a tolerated one. There were some real world reasons why they were written out, like they hadn't had their models updated in a long time by the time the Tyranids were introduced. I think there were some rights issues with the person who had created them. It's possible that they may be slowly being added back to the game, like we have had some squat models recently. and there's rumours, very heavy rumours, that the squats are going to be reintroduced. But yeah, the squats were essentially eaten by Hive Fleet Kraken. It's implied that their homeworlds were eaten. And then the final big Hive Fleet that attacked was called Hive Fleet Leviathan, whereas the other two, where Kraken and Behemoth had both approached from the galaxy's edge, Hive Fleet Leviathan actually approached from underneath the galaxy plane. So essentially it was able to attack in multiple areas of space at once. An Imperial Inquisitor, the Inquisition are like, well, it's exactly how they were in like sort of real world history, except working for the Emperor. They're the Emperor's secret police, special forces, Inquisitors, all of that rolled into one. Like CIA, Gestapo, and the Spanish Inquisition all at once. And yeah, there was an Inquisitor called Cryptman. He was the one that first identified the Tyranids. He was responsible for driving off or helping to deal with the defense of the Imperium against all these different Tyranid Hive fleets. He realized that Leviathan was especially powerful, and he diverted them to Octarius, which is an orc-held sector, realizing that the two of them would kind of fight each other to oblivion. The only problem is orcs get stronger the more they fight, so do Tyranids. So essentially Cryptoman might just have staved off doom for a while, but something terrible is going to happen later. The most interesting thing about the Tyranids is they can adapt. They have bioforms that can kind of adapt on different planets. So, for example, some of the models on the tabletop are implied to be like Tyranid forms based on Space Marine DNA, or based on Orc DNA, or based on Eldar DNA. And there's one specific one which is kind of linked to humans, which is called the Gene Stealer. Gene Stealers are one of the advanced organisms of a Tyranid hive fleet, where they kind of seed on a planet and form cults. Now, Gene Stealer cults were a big thing in the second edition of the game, and they were removed for a while before recently being added as a faction again. And they're a very, very popular faction with a lot of players, in part because the model range is really, really good. Because they're basically any level of Imperial citizenry. So their main model range is based on sort of miners and workers and factory workers. But you can even get upgrade kits to use with the Imperial Army kits, the Imperial Guard. So they've got a lot of modelling potential and a lot of painting potential. So yeah, they're a very popular army at the minute. And it's nice to have them sort of back in the canon. The Gene Stealer cults are quite insidious. They kind of infiltrate a planet's government and populace sort of in advance of the Tyranid Hive fleet, so that when the Tyranids actually invade and the planet tries to maintain a sort of, it tries to unify for a defense, they'll sort of unfurl almost like modern day anti-vaxxers and kind of upset the balance and ruin any of the plans that are being made. The Tyranids, when they land on a planet as well, they'll consume all the biomass on the planet, which means in the case of planets that have been infested by a cult, the Gene Stealer cults, they will even ingest them. They will digest, like I said, all the biomass on the planet. The hive mind will switch off its influence just before it digests the members of the Gene Stealer cult. so they realise exactly what they've done just before they die, which I think is a horrific little touchstone to add to cap them off. But yeah, they're a great little faction. It's nice to have them back. I've spoken a lot on the Space Marines, obviously in the lead up to the Great Crusade and the Horus Heresy, because while they're big, impactful events on the Imperium as a whole, they do mainly centre around the Space Marine legions and chapters. Space Marines, like I said, are not the only defenders of humanity. There's also the Inquisition, which I briefly mentioned. They're not worth touching too much more on. A lot of their stuff is very secretive, and they don't really have like a full playable army anymore in the same way that they used to. You sort of have like Inquisitors as like free agents, so they work really well in a skirmish game, but not so much on a big army level. The main forces of the Imperium are the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard is the name they used to be known as. For trademark reasons, they're now called the Astra Militarum, because GW can trademark that, which again is part of this silly IP laws that I was mentioning earlier. Personally, to me and a lot of other fans, they're still the Imperial Guard. Their model range has been really cut down in recent years. Like, they used to have regiments from a lot of planets used to be represented, but they all used to be represented by metal models. The only two that exist in plastic are Cadians, which are essentially, they look like sort of futuristic versions of World War II soldiers. Lots of tanks. They've all got like a standard las rifle. The las rifle is a laser rifle that never jams, and you can recharge the magazines by putting them in direct sunlight. But at the same time, it's the weakest weapon in the entire franchise, to the point that a lot of fans will degeneratively refer to it as a flashlight. Despite the fact that it's this elite science fiction weapon, but it's a flashlight. And yeah, the other main one that exists in plastic are called the Catachans, Catachan Jungle Fighters, and they are essentially based on the American Army, sort of circa Vietnam. Catachans probably have more characters in the game at the minute, including one character who is essentially Rambo. He's a character called Sly Marbo, and obviously Marbo is an anagram of Rambo. The model even looks like a Rambo-esque character. In fact, the way he's painted, it looks a bit more like Duke Nukem, crossed with Dutch from Predator. But yeah, that sort of idea. An elite guy with a sword and a pistol, who's able to fight on, dangerous planets. The Catachans exist on what is called a death world. The death world is basically it's a giant jungle planet. Everything on it is designed to want to kill you, even the plants. There's a lot of giant carnivorous plants on it. Other forces of the Imperial Guard exist, of course. One of the main ones that's very, very popular among the fans is Krieg. The Death Corps of Krieg are essentially, Krieg was a planet that turned traitor several centuries ago and was brought back into the Imperium. And so, in penitence, Krieg basically turned itself into a world designed to generate soldiers for the Imperium. And when I say to create soldiers, what I mean is the clones, the soldiers of Krieg are clones. They are vat-grown clones, and most of them go into battle very young. But they've been genetically accelerated to full adulthood, despite the fact they're like 15. And yeah, they go off into battle to fight and die. They're very famous for wearing gas masks. They look a bit. They had a model range that was done by Forge World. Forge World is Games Workshop's sort of more specialized arm, which prints entirely in resin miniatures, which gives them a phenomenal level of detail. But then now plastic printing has really kind of caught up with the resin printing. It's not as tight as it used to be. And when the Death Corps of Krieg were originally created, they looked a lot like sort of World War One era Germans. They've got kind of the helmets with the spikes on. They've got gas masks. You can even get Death Corps cavalry where the horses have gas masks and things like that. They're very popular in the fiction for digging trenches and using shovels as like a melee tool, which leads to some amazing memes. Personally, I quite like them. They've recently had some models done in plastic, which look phenomenal for the Kill Team box. So yeah, they're definitely taking off a bit more. Hopefully, we'll see more for them, because I think it'd be nice to see more people playing Krieg without the laying down the exorbitant costs for the Forge World models. There was an all metal legion that was created a few years ago as well, before I first stepped away from the hobby, called the Vestroyans. Vestroyans were based on sort of Russian Cossacks. Had a very, very good look to them, but they were all metal, so they were more expensive than I could afford at the time. There's a few major characters in the Imperial Guard. A lot of authors who write novels in the Warhammer 40k setting like to use Imperial Guard, especially Dan Abnett. Dan Abnett's written a series called Gaunt's Ghosts, about the first and only company raised on a world called Tanith before it's lost to chaos, and their commissar. Commissars are sort of leaders of the Imperial Guard, but they don't come from the planet that the regiments do. They tend to be assigned to the regiments, usually come from their own planets. And Commissar Gaunt, Ibram Gaunt, who sort of takes command of this company, the Tanith First and Only, as they become known. And they get the nickname Gaunt's Ghosts because they are the ghosts of Tanith. But also because the world they grew up on is kind of known for like its forest foliage, so they're very good at hunting and hiding. Like they've got these kind of cloaks that are able to sort of like hide their movements, similar to like the elven cloaks in Lord of the Rings. So yeah, Dan Abnett's written a lot of books about Gaunt's Ghosts. I've read a couple of them. They are very good. There's also another commissar who's the focus of a book series called Caiaphas Cain, or Caiaphas Cain. I'm not sure how it's... I haven't heard the audiobook, so I don't know how it's supposed to be pronounced. He's a commissar who is more comical than Gaunt is. Essentially, he's the biggest inspiration that you can get from that I immediately recognise when I see Caiaphas Cain is Blackadder. Like, he even has a character who follows him around who is essentially his Baldric. Who's a character who's a psychic blank, which essentially means he leaves no psychic impression in the warp at all, and he's actually hurts psychers by being around them. And yeah, so Caiaphas Cain books are a bit more humorous, or as kind of as humorous as you get in Warhammer. There was also an old model, a very old model, that did get a novel, of a character called Lord Solar Macarius. Macarius declared himself War Master and led a Great Crusade to reclaim a lot of lost Imperial territory several hundred years ago. Before the time of the main setting. He eventually died. Like, he was one of the few characters who was on the tabletop despite being dead within the fiction. Back when the game was sort of designed to be played at any point within the past 10,000 years. And yeah, Macarius is essentially Alexander the Great, basically. Like, to the point that a lot of the territory he claimed sort of fell into chaos after his death. Yeah. As I said earlier, the past 250 years of the setting have been sort of the dark age, the end times approaching for Warhammer 40,000. And this has sort of been true sort of since 3rd edition. Like I said, right up until sort of the launch of 8th edition. And everything was kind of static, and everything major had kind of happened in the past 250 years. Like, the past 250 years was when the Tyranids invaded. The past 250 years was when the Necrons started to wake up. And lead campaigns. For example, there was the Damnos Crusade, where the Ultramarines fought some Necrons. And yeah, the Necrons are gradually starting to wake up. Not in the millions and billions of them that there are in hibernation. There's only like a small fraction that are waking up. But yeah, they're starting to become a force again. A powerful new race entered the faction called the Tau. The Tau were actually created towards the tail end of 3rd edition. They didn't exist before then. The Tau are a race that, when they were first discovered by the Imperium, they were discovered by like a lone space explorer called a rogue trader. And when he noticed them, he sort of said they were quite primitive. The system that they were on was then enveloped by a warp storm. And I think when the warp storm disappeared about 600 years later, they had advanced, so they now had, a space navy, armies. They had plasma weapons that were more stable than the plasma weapons used by the Imperium, as like a matter of course. So, like, their guns are better than the standard Imperial guns. They had rail cannon technology, and they were sort of unified under a leadership race called the Ethereals, which was kind of like their new religion. And they gradually, when the warp storm disappeared, they gradually started expanding into Imperial space. What they called their sphere expansions. So the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and we're recently on the 5th. There's some cool stuff with the Tau. They've got some amazing models. One of their more interesting characters is a character called Commander Farsight, who is very old as of the current canon, because he has sort of forsaken the Ethereals and believes they're lying to the Tau. He's also got a blade, which is implied to be a Chaos blade, but he's not under the influence of Chaos, because they just don't succumb to Chaos, because Tau don't really have an imprint in the warp, which means they can't travel. They can't use navigators, for example, to travel long distances. All of their area of space is still quite small. In the grand scheme of things, it's just that their technology is what makes them pose a threat. And yeah, so Commander Farsight has his own territory, sort of like at the far reaches
of Tau space out towards the Damocles Gulf, as it's called, which is where they fought orcs and space marines. There's also, as I said, the forces of chaos are generally around the Eye of Terror. Abaddon, over the past 10,000 years, has led several Black Crusades out from the Eye of Terror, sort of attacking areas of the galaxy. Usually he's stopped by Cadia. Cadia is as I said, I mentioned the Cadian, the Imperial Guard Cadians. Cadia is a fortress world that basically rallies troops. Like, at the age of 5 years old, the average Cadian knows how to field strip a las rifle. It is a complete fortress. And it is because the Cadian Gate, which is this stable patch of space, is the only safe passage known into the Eye of Terror. Like most other ships approaching the Eye of Terror get shredded. So the transition, you have to go through the Cadian Gate to get a stable thing. So Abaddon has sent forces to attack Cadia quite a lot. or the surrounding systems quite a lot. I think there's 12 major Black Crusades, as they get called, before the end times. Also within the past 250 years was something called the Badab War. Basically a Space Marine commander called Luft Huron declared his legion, his chapter, separate from the Imperium, and a few other chapters joined him. Led to a battle between a number of Space Marine chapters in the area. Huron was defeated. He fled with the people most loyal to him into a local warp storm called the Maelstrom. And he became the leader of a renegade legion of Space Marines called the Red Corsairs, and took on the name Huron Blackheart. The Red Corsairs aren't the only renegade Space Marines. Like, several Space Marines have fallen to chaos since the Heresy. Sometimes whole chapters, sometimes small units, sometimes just a single Marine. Most of them join the Black Legion or become their own warbands. There's a difference between full Chaos Marines and Renegade Marines. Renegade Marines don't always join Chaos, but usually most of them find their way towards Chaos. One whole chapter became cursed, and eventually became a roving warband known as the Crimson Slaughter, sort of leaving, these lots of death in their wake. And originally loyalist, but they were turned on by the Imperium, which then drove them further to chaos. Some of the chapters that supported Huron in the Badab War were sent on penitence crusades. For example, there's a chapter called the Lamenters, which are a successor to the Blood Angels, who joined with Huron but didn't want to join Chaos, so the Lamenters are kind of beset with bad luck in the fiction as well, which becomes a recurring meme. And it's like them joining Huron at the Badab War was part of it. And then they were sent on a penitence crusade, and then during the penitence crusade a load of them died as well, and they weren't allowed to replenish their numbers because it was a penitence crusade. One planet that's become sort of key in the last few centuries of the Imperium is the planet of Armageddon. Armageddon is it's a factory world, essentially. I think it was first attacked several centuries ago by Angron.
Angron was fought off by the Grey Knights and the Space Wolves. The Grey Knights had to kill a lot of normal civilians to sort of keep the secrets of the demonic attack secret, because the Grey Knights don't leave witnesses, and that turned the Space Wolves against them. The Space Wolves already know about demons, Space Marines generally know about these things. So it turned the Space Wolves against the Grey Knights and led to a lot of enmity between them, especially because the Grey Knights also work with the Inquisition. The Inquisition's mainly divided into three main orders, which is Ordo Xenos, which deal with aliens and use the Death Watch. Ordo Malleus, which deal with demons, and they use the Grey Knights, and Ordo Hereticus, which deal with heretics, and they use the Sisters of Battle, the Sororitas, as so they each have their own militant arm and their own jurisdiction. So yeah, Angron was unsuccessful in turning Armageddon into a demon world, but then the second war for Armageddon was attacked by a new orc war boss called Ghazghkull Mag Uruk Thraka, who, when he was originally created, was named for Margaret Thatcher, believe it or not. Not in a flattering way, which I'm totally on board for. Ghazghkull is essentially the newest, biggest, meanest orc war boss, similar to the Beast before him. He has united a lot of the orcs in a way that hasn't been seen since the Beast. So yeah, Ghazghkull led a big war on Armageddon. He was beaten away mainly by an Imperial Commissar called Commissar Yarrick, who basically held out at one of the hive cities on the planet. Hive cities are giant, enormous superstructures, that sometimes reach into orbit and can house billions of people. So yeah, Commissar Yarrick fought at Hades Hive and sort of defended it against Ghazghkull until reinforcements from the Ultramarines, the Salamanders, and the Blood Angels could arrive to sort of fight the orcs off. Ghazghkull went away for 50 years, plotted his revenge, fought Yarrick a couple more times. At one point, he fought Yarrick, had him at his mercy, and then let Yarrick go, purely because Ghazghkull was planning to return to Armageddon and knew that Yarrick being at Armageddon would give him a good fight. Yarrick at one point lost an arm and put an orc power claw there instead. So he's awesome as well. So yeah, Ghazghkull returns to Armageddon. Again, when I started playing, not long after the release of 3rd edition, Games Workshop was beginning a worldwide campaign called Armageddon, which they started not long after I started reading White Dwarf and started sort of getting into the hobby. And the battle for Armageddon was basically told via this worldwide campaign where people would play games, send in the results of their games on a website, and that would decide who was winning the war for Armageddon, whether it was Ghazghkull and his orcs or Yarrick and the Imperial Defenders. It eventually sort of closed in a stalemate because I think there's a lot of Imperial players, and more so than there are for a lot of the other factions anyway, because like I said, there's a lot of people that play Space Marines. And in fiction, they explain this by saying, yeah, Ghazghkull got bored because of the stalemate and fled, so Yarrick pursued him into the warp. So yeah, that was the end times, and then that was followed by another campaign towards the end of 3rd edition, which was called the Black Crusade. The Eye of Terror campaign, it was what it was actually called, but it was the 13th Black Crusade. And this was the culmination of story threads, not just in Warhammer 40,000, but also a couple of their spin-off games. For example, they had a spaceship spin-off game called Battlefleet Gothic, which was set earlier on in the timeline during the Gothic Wars. And it was said that during the Gothic Wars, which was essentially the 12th Black Crusade, Abaddon had seized what were called Blackstone fortresses, which are these ancient machines that the Eldar call the Talismans of Vol, believing that the god Vol made them, but which are most likely Old One technology. And during the Gothic Wars, Abaddon was able to seize 2 of them and destroy the other 4. And they were shown to have phenomenal power. I think at the final update for Battlefleet Gothic, before it finally stopped getting regular updates from Games Workshop itself, showed that Abaddon used one of them to destroy a planet. So that was the sort of power that we're talking about here. So yeah, it was implied that now Abaddon had the last 2 Black Fortresses known to exist, and the others had been destroyed. So that left the Imperium very vulnerable. And yeah, the Eye of Terror campaign basically featured the 13th Black Crusade, and again, people registered their wins and losses on the website. Again, at the time, it was kind of registered as a bit of a stalemate, so it never really advanced anywhere. But it was kind of implied that Abaddon had a foothold in the Cadian system. So essentially, if you think of the old Doomsday Clock, that was a big thing during the Cold War, and it's still kind of referenced like every year. Essentially, with the advance of the Eye of Terror campaign, we'd gone from 2 minutes to midnight to like 30 seconds to midnight. Like, we were expecting the end of the end times of Warhammer 40,000. But then for a long time, as I said, 4th edition launched not long afterwards. For a long time, that was where the setting stayed. Like, the most recent event was the 13th Black Crusade, and Abaddon had launched his attack on Cadia, but he hadn't won. He hadn't won the battle. And it would take a long time before the story actually advanced. The 7th edition of Warhammer 40,000 is what really saw the timeline and the storyline of Warhammer 40,000 advance. The advancing of the storyline is something that for a long time most fans had sort of never thought was going to happen, either for Warhammer 40,000 or Warhammer Fantasy, which is existing at the same time. In 2015, Warhammer 40,000, 2014, 2015, Warhammer Fantasy, published a series of books called The End Times. And there were 5 of them. And they were a combination of lore and rules that were each released a month or 2 apart. And there were five of them altogether. And what they did was they basically told an epic story of the Warhammer Fantasy world that had been going for 30 odd years at this point, ending once and for all. By the end of the story, chaos wins and everyone is destroyed. The world is destroyed. And that led to the launch of their subsequent game, Warhammer Age of Sigmar, which saw the realms recreated, the mortal realms recreated, by Sigmar, who was one of the main characters of Warhammer Fantasy. New factions introduced, new models introduced, new rules introduced, to create essentially a brand new game from the ground up. As a result of this, a lot of people were worried that the similar sort of thing would happen with Warhammer 40,000, and that the game would end completely. It didn't. What we instead got was a continuation of a lot of long-running plot threads. For example, the Damocles Gulf campaign featuring the Tau versus the Imperium got 2 big campaign books called Kaon and Montkar, which essentially progressed that campaign forward, and I believe ended in not quite a stalemate, but not quite a Tau victory either, but the Tau definitely progressed. There was also other campaign books around the same time, 2 which focused on Baal, the homeworld of the Blood Angels, coming under assault from Hive Fleet Leviathan, the Tyranids, or Magnus getting a model of his demon Primarch form for the first time, appearing with the Thousand Sons to attack Fenris, to seek revenge for the burning of Prospero 10,000 years prior. There were also other campaign books released for their Apocalypse expansion, which again saw more progress, such as Eldar versus Tyranids, such as Craftworld Yanden attacking Hive Fleet Leviathan in a form of revenge for the destruction wrought on it prior. And then, Forge World was also doing their own big campaign books as well. For example, they did a very big one set in 3 parts called The Siege of Vrax, which detailed this, decades-long Imperial siege of a particular planet, and sort of threw into stark contrast the reality of what war in the Imperium is like, as regiments are sort of rounded up, transitioned in the warp, and then unleashed on a planet only to die within minutes. But because the next reinforcements are already on the way, it doesn't really matter, and it's just a constant meat grinder with millions of casualties. So yeah, we were getting a lot of big campaign books that were kind of explaining more things, but also progressing the storyline. We also got several big rewrites to the canon. The Drukhari had been recently overhauled for 5th edition, as had the Necrons. The Necron backstory had changed when they were originally introduced in 3rd edition. They were kind of mindless automatons under the control of the Catan, like the Catan were their characters. Under the new edition, the Catan were no longer as powerful, they were just shards, and certain Necrons now had characters. For example, Oricon the Diviner and Trazyn the Infinite, who were 2 powerful Necron overlords, each with their own abilities. There's recently been a novel featuring them called The Infinite and the Divine, which I'm told is brilliant to read. I haven't got round to reading it myself yet, but I've been told it is absolutely brilliant. So I highly recommend that to anyone based purely on the word of mouth. Apparently it's phenomenal reading and very, very funny. As Trazyn and Oricon really annoy each other throughout the book. There was also the introduction of the Necron leader, the Silent King, who is absent for a lot of this story, but will come back later on in a big way. Trazin's character especially is that he likes to collect things, and it's implied that he's stolen things throughout Imperial history, including sometimes characters. Like, it's believed that he might have Primarch Vulcan locked in a vault somewhere. So yeah, that was interesting. The 13th Black Crusade, with a series of books called The Gathering of Storm, was where the progression really started to take shape, though. This was towards the tail end of 7th edition, leading into the release of the 8th edition of the game. Gathering Storm Part 1 was literally called The Fall of Cadia, and it details the actual siege of Cadia at the hands of the Black Crusade. Trazyn the Infinite comes to help. Yeah, he comes to help the Imperial defenders, as does a Mechanicus fleet led by a character who had appeared in the Horus Heresy novels named Belisarius Cawl, who, so by this point, would be well over 10,000 years old. The Mechanicus tend to augment themselves with technology, so that's not beyond the realms of possibility. And Belisarius Cawl was an Archmagos, which means he's essentially one of the leaders of the Mechanicus. And he's implied to be carrying he's stated to be carrying a special cargo, although we don't know what that cargo is. The Fall of Cadian book, the lore section of it tells the grand story of the fall of Cadia. Sororitas are led by a living saint known as Celestine, a woman who has died and been reborn by the Emperor's might several times, leading the Sororitas in the defense. Castellan Urasaka Creed, the leader of the Cadian forces, is the one guiding the defense, including the organization of the Space Marines. And it turns out that one of the reasons why Cadia is so stable, why the Cadian Gate exists, is because Cadia is covered in pylons. The pylons are implied to be on several other worlds as well. Like, for example, one of the novels by Dan Abnett, featuring the character of Inquisitor Eisenhorn, features pylons on another world, on another side of the galaxy from Cadia. But it's implied that the pylons on Cadia are what keeps the Eye of Terror from closing around it, and that the pylons were put there millennia ago by the Necrons. So Trazyn comes to Cadia to help Cawl to restore them, to defend Cadia from the Black Crusade. And it's revealed that there are several other planets in the area that used to have pylons, but those pylons have been destroyed during Abaddon's previous crusades. Which is a great way of saying that the previous crusades weren't defeats for Abaddon, which is a nice little retcon. And made him a bit more threatening and more calculating as a villain. Essentially, Abaddon loses the ground war on Cadia. Trazyn unleashes several forces from his vaults that he's stolen over the years, including some Ultramarines dating back to the time of the Heresy, some Custodian Guard, a Inquisitor named Greyfax, who in an audio drama is voiced by Catherine Tate of Doctor Who fame. And they bolster the defences of Cawl, Creed, and Celestine, and help beat back the Chaos forces. The pylons activate, but in his rage and determination not to lose, Cawl throws the damaged Imperial, the damaged Blackstone Fortress. It's been damaged in orbit by the arrival of the Imperial Fist spaceship Phalanx. He launches it at the planet of Cadia, and Cadia breaks apart under the impact and is destroyed. During this, it's said that Creed is taken by Trazyn as like a final collectible before he disappears, and as many forces as possible try to evacuate the planet. It's even said quite nicely that the planet broke before the guard did, which has become a large meme, as has Creed's continuing cry of Cadia stands in the defiance against Abaddon and his forces. So the Cadia was destroyed, the Eye of Terror began to spread, warp storms began to appear throughout the galaxy. At the same time this was happening, the second book revealed that the Harlequins, due to the influence of Salandri Veilwalker, one of their leading figures, a character who has also been responsible for engineering Kull's arrival on Cadia. Salandri Veilwalker reveals that the Eldar god of the dead is about to be born. Basically, the souls that are being kept in the infinity circuits in the craft worlds, and several other prominent deaths throughout Eldar culture, are leading to the birth of a new Eldar god. It's revealed that the creating this god has been one of the goals of several characters, including Eldrad or Thran, despite the fact that the birth of Yunaid might possibly lead to the death of all of the Eldar. A gladiator fighting in Comora who dies at the same time as Yunaid awakens, who's known as Ivrain. She becomes the sort of the herald of Yunaid, and is gradually joined by an aspect, like an avatar of Yunaid as well, and a bodyguard called the Vizark, who supports her, as well as do several of her witches, because she heads to different craft worlds, including Bieltan and Ulthway, gathering forces. The forces that join her become known as the Yanari, and they are essentially a unified Eldar force trying to save their race. And several characters within the Eldar faction, including Eldrad and Prince Iriel of Eandon, sort of swear their fealty to her. Her death and rebirth in the fighting pits of Comora also causes a disaster there that leads to demons to invade Comora, and her quest to reclaim ancient crone swords, which are the weapons that she believes will allow Yunaid to battle Slaanesh and defeat it. Her quest to reclaim them leads to the destruction of the craft world of Bieltan. Well, when I say the destruction, there's more survivors than there are deaths, from what I can read into it. And yeah, a lot of Bieltan sort of swears themselves to her. Ivrain's forces are eventually led to a moon where they save the survivors from Cadia, and they are all taken to Macragge, when on Macragge, it is revealed that Belisarius Cawl has a piece of armor with him and the means to restore to life Rebute Gilliman, which he does. So, for the final book of the Gathering Storm, The Rise of the Primarch, Rebute Gilliman is reborn and fights his way from Macragge, where he is attacked by the Black Legion, all the way through numerous portals. He's helped by a fallen angel named Cypher, fallen dark angel, as well as Ivrain and Cawl and Celestine and several other characters. Fights his way all the way to Terra, including fighting Magnus, where he reclaims the title of Lord Commander from the High Lords, meets with the Emperor, although we aren't privy to what occurs there, and declares a new crusade to restore the Imperium. 8th edition launched with this being the new status quo, and it was revealed that the collapse of Cadia has led to a giant warp storm linking the Eye of Terror, the Maelstrom, and several others, sort of bisecting the galaxy, bisecting the Imperium, so that we now have this Great Rift, as it becomes known, has split the Imperium. The Imperium calls it the Circatrix Maledictum. The Eldar name it the Warp Scar. The Orcs call it Gork's Grin, which I find quite humorous. This giant warp storm has sort of bisected the galaxy, and as a result, bisected the Imperium. So about a third of the Imperium is sort of separated from the Imperium, from the Astronomicon's light. So warp travel is limited, and it's more shadowed. They're under more threat, and that becomes known as the Imperium Nihilus. It's also revealed that Cawl, as well as creating the armor to restore Gulliman to life, as part of a plan by Gulliman shortly after the heresy, was involved in upgrading the Space Marines into Primaris Marines. Essentially, the Primaris Marines have 3 brand new organs. Space Marines are already implanted with 18 different specially grown organs, but now they have an extra 3. And these organs allow the Space Marines to do all sorts of superhuman feats, such as rest half their brain while keeping the other half awake, or use psychometry by tasting things and sort of learning about them, or spitting acid. But the new ones give them things like metallic tendons to make them even stronger, or extra residual organs to make them more durable. So there's a new breed of Space Marine, which is now stronger and more powerful. And eventually there is a way made for firstborn Space Marines to cross the Rubicon Primaris, as it's called, and become Primaris Marines. So now several characters that existed in Warhammer factions before have been upgraded into new Primaris sculpts for the model ranges, which is pretty cool, but it's not uniform. There are several old characters still in existence, including the Chapter Master of the Blood Angels, who's now one of the oldest living Space Marines, apart from Gulliman, and is the Lord Regent of Imperium Nihilus. And that's Commander Dante, like I said, leader of the Blood Angels. And his particular sculpt is very, very old now. I think it came out in 1993. And he's Yeah, he could really do with being redone, because there's been a lot of incredible Blood Angels models that have come out since, and um, Dante might not have become a Primaris, but another Blood Angel character has, which is a character called Mephiston, whose model was almost as old as Dante's, and the difference between the two is staggering to look at them. But yeah, essentially the new Primaris are used to reinforce the losses of certain Space Marine chapters, as well as launch on a crusade called the Indomitus Crusade at the hands of Gulliman to sort of strike into Imperium Nihilus, which they do. They eventually find some stable ways of traveling through the Great Rift. One of which is based around the planet Vigilus, which had a couple of campaign books detailing the battles there. The opening of the Great Rift has obviously also affected space time within the Imperium, so that, for example, the battle around Baal starts way before the rift opens and doesn't finish until several years after it opens from their perspective. But from the perspective of Gulliman and his reinforcements who arrive at Baal, the whole thing has only taken about a year or so. So essentially, with a warp rift that big, time has become all screwy, which is how I think the setting is still able to say it's Warhammer 40,000, whereas if you take the previous timeline to account, it's technically Warhammer 42,112, I believe. So yeah, it's it's pretty good. Guilliman eventually gives up from the Indomitus Crusade and returns to Ultramar because Mortarion has attacked it with a disease called the God Blight, which leads to a book series called the Plague Wars of Ultramar. The opening of the Great Rift has also seen a resurgence of psychics. So there was a campaign series called the Psychic Awakening towards the end of 8th edition, which has led into the new 9th edition books, where there's just more and more psychers around throughout the different factions. 9th edition saw, and the Psychic Awakening saw the return of several characters. For example, the Silent King has returned to the Necrons and is leading a new Necron dynasty that has not been seen up until now. And more of them are awaking than most other Necron dynasties. So they've become a serious threat. They've also managed to completely still a section of space known as the Pariah Nexus. So that's become a center point for a lot of new battles. So yeah, there's a lot going on as the storyline has advanced and evolved. And the best part is, like I said, there's always been novels in Warhammer 40,000. The novels now are starting to tie into what's going on the tabletop, which suggests that we might get more advances in the future. Like I said, the devastation at Baal is a novel. There's a novel about Dante showing his perspective on the fight at Baal before Gulliman comes and, sort of tells him stop. There's also other new advances which are potential for the future. For example, apparently Angron is returning to Armageddon, while Gazkul's forces are still there, so we might get an Angron model in the game again, which would be cool because we get another Primarch. There was another one that I had in my head just. Oh yeah, it was that in the aftermath of the devastation of Baal, the Blood Angels reach one of their outer planets in the system and find a pile of Tyranid skulls in the shape of the personal sigil of Kabanda, suggesting that he's turning his eyes on the Blood Angels again. So yeah, there's a lot of potential for more story advancements coming down the line. And I'm kind of hoping that happens. As much as my view on the actual tabletop game and the company might have soured, this is a universe that has a rich history that has evolved phenomenally over the past 30 odd years. 35 years nearly, and I would really like to see continue to develop, because since they have started advancing the storyline, it's breathed a new life into it as a setting. The setting was stagnant, and by design, because it's the setting for a tabletop war game. It has to be stagnant, in the same way that Dungeons and Dragons is stagnant as a setting, because you make your own adventures there. Warhammer's advancement is, in part, it's being done, I think, to make Warhammer more than just the tabletop game, which you can see with things like Warhammer Plus and the greater tying in of the novels. And that has potential because it is a franchise I like, and I would like to see cool stuff get developed with it. But at the same time, some of the things that Games Workshop is doing with it, I don't necessarily agree with. Like, for example, I don't like the fact that Warhammer Plus costs the same amount as Disney Plus, despite the fact it has a minute fraction of the content exclusive to it compared to Disney Plus. But hey ho, that's a different discussion for a different day. If anything in this video has if anything in this podcast has interested you, then please, I recommend looking at Warhammer 40,000. Look at the models, look at the novels, look at the audio dramas. There's plenty of great stuff there that is well worth a look. There are a range of horror novels and crime novels all set within this timeline, against the backdrop of Warhammer 40,000. It's a phenomenal series, and a setting that I think is very, very underrated for what it is. It is one of my favourite science fiction settings, despite the dystopic nature of it, despite the fascistic, jingoistic elements of the Imperium of Man, and the futile sense of despair that seems to exist all over it. It's got some very good games as well. A lot of strategy-focused games, like the Dawn of War series, but there was also a third-person cover shooter by THQ called Warhammer Space Marine, which was absolutely phenomenal. There's a recent first-person shooter called Necromunda Hired Gun, where you play a bounty hunter for hire, essentially, on a world called Necromunda, which is the setting of its own offshoot game from Warhammer 40,000. I bought it. I haven't finished it yet, but what I have played, I've really enjoyed. There's some very good set pieces, and the combat is quite fun and frenetic, which fits quite well. And then there's the upcoming Warhammer Dark Tide, which is by the same team that worked on Vermintide, which was set in the Warhammer Fantasy universe. But the story for this one is being co-written by Dan Abnett, who, like I said, worked on the Gaunt's Ghost series of novels and has worked on the Horus Heresy and many other books for Warhammer 40,000. So it'd be very interesting to see what that has to offer when it finally releases. It's been pushed back a few times because of the pandemic and other things, but I think it is expected sort of early next year now. I'm very much looking forward to it. It'll be a first-person horde shooter, so in a similar sort of style to like Left 4 Dead, Back 4 Blood, or Vermintide, if you've ever played that. Beyond that, novels, audio dramas, most of them you can just pick up. Some of them can be expensive, especially if you buy directly from Warhammer. But you can usually find the books cheaper elsewhere. Some of them can be a bit dry to get into, or require a sort of a base knowledge of the world and the technology. But most things, excuse me, most things you could usually pick up in context as you read the stories. So there's not really anything stopping you, stopping your enjoyment of the stories if they're good enough, and most of them are. I especially recommend anything by Aaron Dembski-Bowden, who is definitely one of their better authors, Dan Abnett, Graham McNeil, who is very, very good, James Swallow, who writes for a large amount of science fiction universes, and his stuff is quite easy to read, very accessible. And I'm also hearing a lot of good stuff about the works of Guy Haley, although I have yet to read any of his stuff myself. So yeah. If you've enjoyed anything in this episode, then yeah, please explore Warhammer. If you are already into Warhammer 40,000, then please get in touch with me. I'd love to discuss it with you. As you can see my own painting efforts for Warhammer 40,000 models on my Instagram. And yeah, I know I said I was going to do this as 2 episodes, but I think I have actually covered pretty much everything I wanted to say within this one. And I know from my Star Trek episode, most of my listeners don't mind a long episode. So I think this might actually be it for the Warhammer stuff. So yes, next week, well, in a fortnight, we'll have to do something different. Maybe something Halloween themed. Just a couple of quickfire geek talking points that I want to discuss before I sign off for the week. It's come out recently that Russell T Davies will be taking over the reins as the Doctor Who showrunner. He obviously started the new era of Doctor Who in 2005 as showrunner. But since leaving Doctor Who, I think he has only grown as a writer and showrunner. His work, for example, on Cucumber, It's a Sin, and Years, has been phenomenal. So while on one hand we have seen Russell T Davies Doctor Who before, I'm very, very intrigued to see what the modern Russell T Davies will bring to Doctor Who. I don't necessarily agree with all of his opinions. He's been very outspoken on some of his opinions on things. I don't necessarily agree with all of them, but I do think with Doctor Who, he knows what he's talking about. That said, I know that since he was announced to be returning as showrunner, some people have suggested bringing back a previous actor as the Doctor. David Tennant is being listed quite a lot. I don't necessarily want that, because while Russell T Davies's characterizations might be similar to his previous characterizations of the Doctor, with a different actor can translate them differently, whereas I think a returning actor will always kind of act the same way as the Doctor. I mean, it's not impossible to play the same role in two different ways, but I think you would gravitate a certain way. I will say Russell T Davies was never... There was a lot of his scripts that I didn't enjoy. Like, for most of his seasons, I don't think his episodes were the ones I would rate the highest. But when he was on, he was definitely on. Like, the season 4 finale, for example, with Donna and the Doctor and everyone coming together from Torchwood and Sarah Jane, that was brilliant. So yeah, I'm very excited to see what he could bring to it now that he's progressed as a writer and showrunner. Other things in Geek News this week, there's been a lawsuit between the estate of Steve Ditko, I believe launched by one of his family members, his brother, I believe, against Marvel Comics for the rights of several characters. I don't expect this to go anywhere. Steve Ditko himself never sued Marvel while he was alive, because he stated he recognised that he created characters like Spider-Man and Doctor Strange as a work for hire, and that those characters belonged to Marvel. He seemed very happy with the contribution he made being recognised. Spider-Man is always kind of identified as created by Stan Lee and Steve Ditko. So Steve Ditko always seemed very happy with just that, So I do think it's an attempt to grab money by members of Ditko's estate, and I don't think it will really go anywhere. It might, but I don't think it will. The lawsuit against Scarlett Johansson was settled out from Scarlett Johansson towards Disney was settled out of court, which I think was always going to happen, because the way the American court system works, if it makes it to court, it becomes a matter of public record and then sets precedent. And Disney wouldn't want a precedent to be set on something like this, especially if they lost. So settling out of court is the easiest way to prevent that happening. The Cowboy Bebop live action teaser that was released by Netflix, I think it looks really good. I'm not a huge fan of anime. I know anime is a filmmaking style rather than a genre, but I've never really watched much anime. But I have heard Cowboy Bebop is pretty good. I've heard rumours that it might not be like a reimagining of the anime, or not a straight adaptation at the very least. So I'd be interested to see if, I think when it comes out, I will probably watch the two of them together. I'd be intrigued to see how it stacks up. Anime, I do think, works as a format for storytelling, especially when adapting a manga. because it tends to have a very stylistic approach that can match the art from the manga more accurately. That said, they do seem to have done a very, very good job in adapting these characters from what I've seen of the original Cowboy Bebop designs. So, you know, they do look like who they're trying to play. And yeah, the teaser looks good, and I really like that it's got the original theme music, because one thing I was always aware of for Cowboy Bebop was the opening song, Tank, and I always thought it was pretty kick-ass. So having that song back, I believe the original composer is on board to compose the entire series soundtrack. So yeah, that's brilliant. And then the final news thing that I think I have to talk about is the release of Star Wars Visions. I haven't watched any of them yet. I have looked through them though, and I've noticed they are all sort of Jedi Sith focused, or at least seem to be, which is disappointing, because Star Wars has the potential to be so much more than just Jedi versus Sith, and sort of the focus on Jedi and Sith, I think, sometimes can kind of drag Star Wars down. That was true in a lot of the old EU canon as well. There was always kind of another Dark Jedi or another Empire for the Rebels and the Jedi to fight against, and it got tedious after a while. So yeah, when you've got the medium of animation as well, which allows you to tell so much more, like a much bigger scope of a story, you know, and we couldn't have had, you know, a bounty hunter or a droid or something like that. It's like, I'm always reminded of the old Tales of the Mos Eisley Cantina book, which basically gave a character and a backstory to every one of the background aliens from the Cantina scene, and then there was a sequel set in Jabba's palace, which did the same thing. And it's like, so many stories in this universe could be told with so many characters that have nothing to do with Jedi or Sith. So for all 9 of the episodes, I think it is, to focus on Jedi and Sith, or season 2, seems a bit disappointing. Especially because, I mean, that would also make the majority of them non-canon, I would have thought, and this would have been a nice way to sort of build more of the canon up after Disney removed a lot of the old EU, so there isn't as much canon anymore. But hey ho. I don't think there's anything else really, is there, this past couple of weeks? There was the announcement that Catherine Hahn might be coming back to the Marvel Cinematic Universe for her own spin-off. There's been more and more constant rumours about Daredevil returning, which I'm really hoping is true. I'd love that. There's rumours that we'd just get a Daredevil season 4, which would be brilliant. But yeah, beyond that, there's not too much this week, so yeah, we'll see what happens over the next 2 weeks. Hello again, my friends. Garhdo from 2022 coming back in to weigh in on my thoughts on Games Workshop and Warhammer more recently. Since the original publication of this podcast, I've had more time to think and ruminate on Games Workshop and some of the things that it's done. I'm still not necessarily very happy with some of their practices. I think, for example, Warhammer Plus is still ridiculously overpriced for what it is. But at the same time, I do appreciate some of what they're trying to do there. They recently released a very, very great CGI video showing the armouring of a Space Marine, which is something that happens all the time in the lore and has been described in novels, but actually getting to see it was quite good. But then at the same time, that was released for free on the Warhammer community page. It didn't need to be locked behind a paywall on Warhammer Plus. They've also made some changes with kits recently to revitalise them. The Orcs got a new boys kit, which was complained about when it was first revealed, because it features a mixed loadout, and Orcs tend to play best when they have a single loadout per unit. So you'd have a unit of 10 boys with sluggers and choppers, which is like axes and guns, basically. Or a squad of 10 boys with big shooters, which are big guns. Whereas this loadout in this squad features a mixed loadout. And they are good models, they're very, very good models for painting, but in terms of practicality in the game, for the main troop choice, not as great as you'd think. And anything beyond a skirmish level isn't what you really want for a squad of orcs. Now, Games Workshop have counterbalanced this by keeping the old Orc Boys kit available, but it showed a sort of shift in the company towards monopose plastics, which is models that are locked to a single pose, which a lot of people find lack the originality and the customization options that you had in previous editions. So, for example, the Space Marines, one of the main advantages of the old Space Marine kits was that you could mix and match from all of them across the entire range, and they would all fit. So you could take arms from Assault Squad miniatures and put them on your Tactical Marines to give them new weapon options, or you could take the legs to make them look like they're running. And a lot of the more modern Games Workshop plastics just do not have that customization. But then, to counterbalance that, recently Games Workshop has refreshed a large portion of the Eldar line. Now, the Eldar line was by far Games Workshop's oldest line. Like, the average age of the miniatures in that line was about 15 years. Some of them had been released long before that. And so a lot of these old plastics and old metals, old resin kits were very, very old and needed a refresh. And they haven't all been refreshed, but a good chunk of them have, including a lot of the characters, a lot of the HQ units, and their big centerpiece model. And as well as some new units that have been included. And their Autarch, which is one of their HQ choices, has been given one of their Lord choices. It's been given some new customization, which it didn't have before. There were Autarch models released years ago that had been removed from sale by Games Workshop, and their rules had been taken out of the codexes, the main rule books. But now they've been put back in with all of those customization options, because using the new kits, you can make those Autarchs again. And then they've re-released those Autarchs as made to order. So it's hard to decide whether they're doing what people want or not, because they are doing some great stuff, but also doing some stuff which has a lot of fans questioning. Either way, I think their narrative, their strong hold on the wargaming hobby while in some respects earned, because they are definitely by far the biggest name, and the quality of their modelling on their plastic kits is second to none. Like, I have seen a lot of 3D printed models, a lot of kits from other companies. Very, very rarely do things equal the same quality of the Games Workshop miniatures. Their quality is just fantastic, but their stranglehold of the hobby is, you know, when their rules are becoming more and more bloated again. Is it necessarily a great thing? You know, I've personally moved to a game system called one-page rules for Grimdark Future, which is their equivalent to Warhammer 40k. And I'm looking at another one that's going to be on Kickstarter soon called War Surge. Both of these are miniatures agnostic. They let you use whichever miniatures you want. And with one-page rules, they've actually worked up profiles for all of Games Workshop's miniatures and called them equivalent things, you know, so that they don't get sued. But War Surge lets you make up completely your own armies and give them the powers and abilities that you want. And both of these seem like more viable alternatives for me. That said, I still support Games Workshop. I still enjoy their models. I'm still excited by a lot of their new releases. I buy most of them from third-party sellers rather than from Games Workshop themselves. One, because it's cheaper, and two, it supports those third-party sellers. I also am looking forward to some of their games. You know, they've announced a sequel to Space Marine, which was a classic game that was released like 10 years ago. And I'm very much looking forward to the sequel for that, because the original Space Marine game was great. It was one of the last games made by THQ before they went bust, and it was fantastic. I've also started catching up on the Games Workshop books, the Warhammer books that I hadn't read, and I'm reading all these audiobooks, and you know, some of them are incredible as well. So it's a mixed bag, and my thoughts on Games Workshop, I think, will remain divided for a long time, but I still have a lot of love for Warhammer, and like many other franchises that are owned by companies that maybe I might have issues with, such as Marvel's ownership by Disney, I do like the product, and I still want to enjoy that product. It is what it is, and it's hard. Anyway, thank you for listening. I wish you all the very best. Look after yourself, look after your mental health. Take care, my friends, and until the next video.
Thank you, my friends, for once again joining me on Garhdo Goes Geek. Your continued support for this podcast means the absolute world to me, and I am grateful for every single one of you who stays and listens to one of my episodes. It means the absolute world. Now, if you would like to engage more with me or the podcast, we have a Discord community, small but growing, and we now have commissions open on Ko-Fi. So if there's a topic you would like to see me cover, you can pay me to cover it. All funds will be used for legal purchase of the relevant items where I do not have them. Have a look on the link tree for more information. Until next time, look after yourselves.